A cruel battle unfolds on a snowy battlefield. The sounds of the rattling of iron merge with a quiet echo of unfulfilled dreams. However, the real beginning of this story is the disgustingly brilliant blade of axe, which marks the defeat of one of the soldiers. An unexpected and unrestrained blow instantly covers the warrior, breaking his hopes for victory. This energy is reminiscent of an invisible wave, which is squeezed. In an instant, the era of the warrior comes to the end. The head is separated from the body that does not have time to fall to the ground. Nearby stands a winner warrior, wrapped in iron chains, with a cold determination that brought him a victory. A warrior chains are striking in iron chains with his skill. He stands before the defeated enemy, all in the blood. Behind is an old man who breathes hard and asks if he managed to overcome the enemy. The warrior returns to the old man and with an ironic smile asks whether he noticed the already cut off his head, because it is difficult not to see it. The old man replied that he has not seen anything for a long time because he is blind. He is somewhat reminiscent of the monk and his face and clothing in the blood, which hints at his participation in the battle. The warrior regrets that the old man is not able to enjoy this wonderful sight. Slowly, step by step, the warrior approaches the old man, overcoming the snow-covered mountain tracks where they found themselves. The warrior drops to his knees in front of the old man and confidently states that everything is completed. The old man, supporting him, assures that he has done a big business. The young man notes that the merits of the old man are no less, because it took the clan of the Semi-Genoma for many years to fill the Central Plains with blood. The Peto and Higo clans were eventually forced to unite to confront a common enemy, and nowadays the moment has come when their enemy fell down, degraded. This moment symbolizes the beginning of the final battle, where the villain will finally be defeated. The life of our hero comes to his completion. He closes his eyes, realizing how fleeting his existence flashed. When the grandfather asks how the hero feels, he replies that he cannot be better. Grandpa understands that the boy in front of him is a real master of the dark path. If it weren't for his talent, the Higo clan would be doomed to death 10 years ago. Grabbing for the wound, the great master turns to an elderly man sitting near the stone. Thanks to his merits, the clan Pecto avoided destruction. I am grateful for this, the great master expresses his respects to Bishop Muramov. Hearing these words, Bishop Muramov could not disagree. Although it was difficult for him to laugh, he smiled at the warm words of the hero, because he was in front of him, the emperor. However, despite the warm words after the victory, the old man has another question to the warrior. This question was caught by our hero by surprise. After all, his genus is a great peck. Why did he stand on the side of Higo and headed them? The emperor listened to the darkness, holding his breath. It was a difficult question that required an accurate answer. The emperor thought for a moment, thinking carefully what to say. In the end, the warrior lowered his head and confirmed that everything was that way. However, for the old one, this answer was unmistakable. The Emperor of Darkness again asked how much the Lord remains. He replied that he would not last more than a half day. The Emperor decided to personally take him on his last journey, and for that, the old man sincerely expressed his gratitude. During their conversation, a warrior with a spear that shone pink energy approached. He did not notice the old man, but immediately noticed the Emperor of the Darkness. When the warrior approached, he suddenly hit the Emperor in the chest with a deadly blow. The strength and suddenness of this step were so striking that even the hero could not believe what had just happened. This blow became a real shock for him, because it turned out to be fatal. He saw the needle pierced his heart. The enemy he considered the dead suddenly appeared before him. In front of him was Tan Guan, with a bright glow on his finger, resembling pink energy. His vitality was an indisputable proof that he is alive. All this was part of the cunning plan of the old man. He confessed when the emperor died, which organized everything to stop him, because no other could handle it. He will be responsible for his actions in the other world. The first goes the old man. After the farewell word, before the meeting, he goes into eternity. At this moment, our hero lies with blood flowing and the snow under him lost his lingerie. He asks himself, why did fate choose such a finale for him? Why, whatever happens, is he doomed to death? Why did his life seem so disturbing and difficult? His memory returns to the day when 26 years ago his world flew into pieces. The Petxanjan clan declined, his father died in the battle, and his younger brother left this world too early. He remained lonely in an infinite void, without a single soul that he could rely on. In the end, he joined Higdo, becoming a commander-in-chief, gaining his goals by any means. He desperately tried to gain recognition desperately, and now fate brought him to the end of the fighting. And he realizes that not everything was in vain. Although the last moments of his life are filled with pain and betrayal, his life was still wonderful. Even if his eyes were closed forever, it did not overshadow the beauty of the moments survived. Yet shortly after the darkness, his eyes began to open, and he saw light. Before him sat a man in a lotus pose, saying, "Make your duty to kind, and enlightenment will become yours." Looking back, he noticed that the man was sitting on the top of the temple, and around him on his knees, people gathered in a bow. He straightens his shoulders and cannot understand. Is it a dream, an illusion? Or maybe he just asks? And suddenly, like a thunder in the clear sky, a young man approaches him, touches his clothes, and calls his brother. The surprise and anger are mixed in the look of our hero when he looks back at a young man who touched him without permission, without understanding what he wants. The man who touched his shoulder indicates a gesture to continue to worship, since the ceremony has not yet been completed. Also, he is in a hurry to return to the place, because his father monitors. The boy's face is horror when he recognizes familiar features of the new moon. Suddenly he shouts, "Jig!" right in the middle of the ceremony, forcing everyone to turn around. He runs to his brother and hugs him fervently, although his brother does not understand the causes of such unexpected emotionality. The brother asks, "What happened to you, brother?" But our hero is so happy from meeting with Giepin that he doesn't even think about why his brother, who died 20 years ago, suddenly appeared here. The warm voice he so missed penetrates into his ears, calling him Hodgun. It makes him die in place. It is the voice of his father, who also died in battle many years ago. He returns to the man, realizing that he is really his father, because this voice cannot be confused with any other. Turning, he notices a powerful silhouette of a bearded man who looks at him with a focused, harsh look. Waking up, the boy cannot understand. It is only a ghost whether he really saw his father. Despite the doubt, the boy wants to hug his father for whom he missed. The boy rushes to his father, wanting to express his deep respect and gentle love. However, for his father, this is just another day with his family. He carefully takes his son by the hand, revealing his strength. He squeezes so much that the guy does not withstand pain and falls on his knees. The guy realizes that he actually protects him from humiliation in the eyes of the crowd. The father looks at him strictly, and from his eyes shines anger that seems to warn of such behavior. The father notes, "You behave as if you were crazy. Do you have common sense to create so much noise during the ceremony?" Despite the behavior of the son, he is waiting for the answer. At first, he sends him 3 days to the ancestor's house to apologize to the dead for his behavior. Hearing this, the father throws a look at his son, which feels a slight shame. However, our hero did not slow down. Though he was pleased to see his father, he could not resist his decision and humbly made a judgment ready to punish. At that moment, he feels his true survivability. Having cast his gaze on the body, he is surprised to notice his incredible youth. His skin became smooth, without a single wound, scar, or corn. Everything that once testified to the battles experienced has disappeared forever. Looking around, he realizes that he found himself in the time of his native Pictionjan clan. It seems strange to him, because he believed he was killed. Soon, the guard accompanies him with picturesque gardens to the home of his ancestors. Doors with a loud crack closed just in front of his face. Standing in front of the closed doors, the boy realizes his father, again ruthless, locked him in the room for 3 days. However, this was not very disturbing, because the most excited the question, why did he return? What could not find the answer did not allow you to feel true joy, creating great embarrassment. After focusing, he realizes that he has been in a difficult situation. He fell on the carpet that covered the floor of this house, with a sense of despair because his thoughts did not give any decision, and the answers were still slipping from him. But looking at the ceiling, it was illuminated, perhaps all this part of the larger plan that remained unknown to him. The guy thought for a moment and realized that he was still so young that he did not even know his true age. How old is he? 18 or maybe 19? You will not understand. Apparently, autumn came, and his father Jaipan looks as if he had fallen on him for another 26 years. This means that they are faced with horror that can irreversibly destroy the life of their family and the entire clan. With fear, he understands all the possible consequences awaiting him ahead. After all, the destruction of his clan Petxanjin remained very little time. Despite everything, it cannot stand aside, because it is able to prevent it. He resolutely rushes to the door. Opening the door, he finds his younger brother, who visited. The boy fades for a moment, noticing his younger brother Jaipan. The younger brother asks him, "Where are you going?" Our hero was confused and could not answer immediately, because his brother was surprised by his brother. The brother insisted that the hero should remain, because for 3 more days it is necessary to spend in the ancestral house. It was all true, and the hero agreed with it. However, the reasons for his stay remained a mystery. Then his brother got his hand in his pocket, intending to say that regardless of the consequences, he worries for the spirit of his brother, who would have to spend 3 days in the house, feeding only with water. He brought his brother a few treats to support his mood. He tried to cheer him up so that he would not be in a hurry through all events. However, the Emperor Darkness was aware that in just 6 months his brother would meet death, and the same fate would expect every living creature in this city. Jaipan quickly passed the treat, fearing that his father could notice it. However, the Emperor could not find peace, because the thoughts of his father's departure constantly worried him. The head of the family is doomed to die from the sword along with his mighty clan, and the life of a young warrior will become an endless nightmare in which he will suffer forever. Proponents of his clan will die immediately without having something to do, and this is not a joke at all. The fear that is deeply rooted in the soul of our hero is now with him forever. He promises himself to become those who will always strike the first blow. He will not only fulfill his duty, but also prepare the clan for defense, embrace his brother, and take full responsibility for everything that is happening. In his past life, he became an emperor of darkness, passing through severe trials and cruel circumstances of fate. Now, armed with memories and experience of life, he will track everyone and destroy anyone who dares to threaten his family. The boy with determination opens the door of the temple and runs out, because he seeks to prevent the events that can have tragic consequences for him and his family. He goes well known from childhood paths, goes to the church where his father is buried. Entering the central administrative change, the boy meets the servants who greet him with respect, calling the young master. Traveling further, it carefully retains energy. The young master approaches his father's office, where there are 2 warriors with swords on the guard. The warriors worship in respect, greeting the young owner, and ask about the purpose of his visit. The guy strongly states that he has important grounds for meeting his father. However, the warriors say that without urgent reason, entrance is prohibited by strict rules. If the head of the clan did not invite him, then he has no right to go. One of the soldiers is approaching a young owner. Seriously looking in his face, the warrior states that in such circumstances, he has no right to enter. The guy was not response to their refusal. He insisted that his mission is extremely urgent. The soldiers had to execute the order and could not allow the boy to enter because visitors were not taken to noon. Hearing the refusal, the young master was upset, but he was offered to return later. Then he asked to pass the messages to his father. "Pass my father," said the young master, "that I intend to master the technique of true blue silk." The warriors were so impressed with his words that they could barely pronounce the name of the equipment, even when it was. They pale, deeply shocked by this news. One of them, in surprise lifting his eyebrows, asked if they realized correctly. He really wants them to tell his father about mastering the technique of true blue silk? The guy confirmed their words, ordered the message, and left. Going out of the estate, he admired the landscapes that carried it during childhood. He gave himself the word to grasp the technique of true azure silk. This news has caused great resonance among the members of the Yen clan because the technique of true azure silk is one of the key martial arts of the clan. No one believed that the guy would dare to such a bold step. The fact is that without preliminary training, this technique is almost impossible. For this level, it is necessary to master the skill of the swallowing swallow, which requires extraordinary strength and endurance, accessible only to the chosen, such as the second young master. When our hero leaves the estate, a brother who welcomes the young master awaits him. From the story, it becomes clear that in his past life, John was acquainted with his brother Jippen, though he did not visit him. The head of the clan often praised the talented brother Jippen, forgetting his eldest son Haejon. Due to this attitude towards Jippen, Haejon considered his younger brother invisible. But the day will come when it changes. The brothers stepped in the autumn path, and Haejon told about a skinny, a harsh punishment, where it was necessary to stay for 3 days on the water, causing surprise how it is possible to withstand alone. His brother always sought perfection in everything, and even when his father punished, continued to support Kojun. He sought to entertain Kojun and suggested treating him with something delicious. Peng shared that he came across a wonderful place that he appealed to him and called him Gyanal. Hearing these words, the young master decided to talk to his brother Zippen, hoping to finally settle all the misunderstandings between them. He clearly sought to stop chaos in their relationship. Uzupin was concerned about the unpredictability of his brother, and tears came to his eyes. "I treated you unacceptable and really regret it," said the young master. Uzupin was impressed with words as a thunder in the clear sky. The young master continued, "I feel unworthy because of inability to evaluate your success and lack of support on my part. I behaved as a capricious baby, obeying foolish pride." He sighed deeply. He asked his brother to apologize and promised that it would never happen again. The brother's words were deeply moved by Zippen, so his eyes were filled with tears. He tried to stop him, but Haejon still said, "I am very sorry that I had so much trouble. I don't want you to blame me if you can't forgive me." Having realized the words of his brother, Zippen realized that Haejon had changed, and now he no longer feels hatred of him. Hearing these words, Zippen did not restrain himself and cry. The young teacher gently wiped tears out of his face. These words brought the young teacher a long relief that he sought all his life after that bitter loss. He sought to reassure his brother, hoping that tears would disappear and their lives would go into place again. Everything that happened was closely monitored by the guards, stunned by the next unexpected situation. The guards seemed unusual to watch the young master, covered by such uncontrolled emotions. We moved to Gyanal, a magical place that shines in the purple of the autumn leaves, with a house on the shore. The young master, along with his brother, decided to eat delicious fish to finally reconcile. They entered the dialogue, finally able to communicate openly after a long separation. Zippen noticed that his brother's gait had changed so much that he did not resemble the person he had once been. It seems that he became a completely different person, not like who he was once. During a meal with fish, Zippen was surprised to find that his brother Haejon was moving inside him, which seemed incredible. The young master told that he spent the last 3 days in the ancestral house. In the birth house, he practiced in lotus meditation and used the swallowing swallow method to circulate chi energy. It was a high risk to him because his body was not yet adapted and was too young for such trials. Impact on vessels, bones, and muscles during the use of this technique could have deteriorated its physical condition. Despite the pain and difficulty, he overcame obstacles to release his internal energy. He applied all his knowledge and strength to overcome the barrier of failure and move to a new level. This inspired its energy, opening the opportunity to exceed its own boundaries. However, this was extremely complicated, and his body almost could not withstand such tension. He was walking forward, using all reserves so as not to die from these trials, and blood flowed from his nose. His brother, Jopin, watches him closely and evaluates his equipment, putting 7 stars. Stuffed and passionate, Jopin begins to realize that Hajin seems to have really mastered this difficult technique. Hajin replies, yes, he really mastered the technique of swallows. Ginpin jumped out of his place from this stunning news. He welcomes his brother, because to master such a complex technique in such a short time is a significant achievement. And changing posture through the awakening of the energy of KY is another strong proof of success. It is surprising how his younger brother was able to see barely visible changes in the body with only one look. Hajin realized that he really achieved significant. But suddenly in this cozy bar happened unexpected, which attracted the attention of Zhang Pin. Zhang Pin notes that 3 friends came to the bar. One of them is significant. The younger brother decides to greet friends and gets to the door to open them. But it suddenly stumbles on one of them, leading to a sudden meeting. Lifting his eyes, he saw a girl who looked at him with an expression as if he saw something extremely unpleasant. He did not have time to apologize how they quickly passed and moved on their way. The man who passed by asked the girl whether a wonderful appearance opens from this window at the bar. She replied that her look is not very much to her, and her name was Hunsan Hwa. Our hero watched a couple, lunch and drink tea, and focusedly listened to their conversation. Covering his face with a cup and clamping his eyes, he watched a pair closely with a serious facial expression. The servant of us, Hun Sangva, trying to cheer her up, suggested to taste the fish in this restaurant. But saying it, he suddenly noticed Jepin and was amazed at his presence. When Jean-Paul saw his friend, he invited him to meet his older brother. This has caused other friends some doubts and misunderstandings. In a moment, when their views stopped on him, a young wizard with a respectful bow said, "I am Hogan," introducing himself to his brother's friends. The guy with a friendly smile greeted his new acquaintance in response. However, their conversation was suddenly cut off when the voice of Us Hun Sangva, annoyed, intervened. She expressed indignation that she was brought here only through the landscape. It was difficult for the boy to please the hostess at the same time and communicate with friends. The only solution that came to him is to order something delicious to the table. In the end, the table was equipped with delicious dishes that looked really appetizing. Yes, when the hostess looked at her menu, she was angry, considering it an unpleasant, and splashed her anger to Jeepin's friend. The younger brother sitting nearby felt some anxiety, noticing how bad things were going on with his friend. He felt worse, realizing that his brother Hejin brought to a place where full chaos prevailed. He tried to apologize to his brother, but he calmly replied, "Brother Peng, do not worry. It is better to celebrate the brother's success in the new technique, treating it with a drink," he said, lifting a glass. Hearing this, Peng smiled. His face shone. "Order, whatever. I am ready to treat you with any eating and drinks in this institution." The river restaurant was gorgeous and lured many with its sophistication and harmony. But who could predict that one of the housewives would be angry with girlfriends and servants, accusing them of ignorance? Everyone tried to reassure her to avoid shame and trouble because the views of others were directed at them. She looked at others from above, not perceiving them as equal people, but only comparing with insects. The words of the hostess touched the guests of the bar, and everyone began to look closely at her, noting her rudeness. Pen was anger because she offended everyone, including him. The atmosphere at the bar tensed, and ordinary visitors, witnessing events, began to run in different directions. When the lady noticed that she was paying attention to the representatives of the great clan Paksan Yen, she just laughed. She noted that the Gun clan has long recognized the clan one of the 7 most influentials. She did not hold back in disdainful statements about the attendees. Our hero noted that because of her words, alcohol lost his taste in his glass, although he did not express aggression. Jinpen, without restraining indignation, decisively rose from the place. The young master, watching his brother, could not hide as a surprise with his reaction. He even stopped drinking, noticing something unusual in his brother's behavior, and in a powerful ori-ki which enveloped him. Jinpen stood in heaven, feeling indignation and seeking to punish this scoundrel for her words. Brother Hajin tried to quench him, but in vain. Pen stood rapidly from the table and began to accuse the hostess loudly of excessive boldness and unacceptable behavior. These words brought joy to a young woman, because finally, someone paid attention to her. However, Peng continued to emphasize that she crossed the boundaries of etiquette, emphasizing the unacceptability of her actions. "Do you think that the behavior of the clan is a worthy representative of the clan?" Prej asked, with an emphasized emphasis on belonging to her clan. Hearing these words, the girl only smiled and disappeared underwater. In a moment she laughed, loud laughing, and having broken said, "Do you consider yourself special just because you have a connection with a large clan?" The laughter was so powerful that she had a stomach, and she grabbed him. Pen noted that the clan of my skin was here to nothing, and probably she would not have received proper education if it was not for her connection with the clan. The words of the pen were annoyed by the girl, and she looked at him as a prey. To demonstrate her power, she hit the table, freeing up a powerful flow of energy, and instantly crushed it into piles. Standing in front of him, along with her servant and with an evil expression, she invented how to teach the master for his words. After a brief reflection, she directly stated Pen that she was ready to test him and see for his sincerity. Listening to the words, the young master, watching his brother's attitude to the girl, decided to intervene. He gave the advice of Pen. If once in life meet such people, Hejin advised that instead of spending their time on such people, it is better to ignore them, because in his opinion, they are able to correct only a good blast. Hearing this, the girl asked if they were really going to fix it in a similar way, beating. She sharply pointed her finger on the master, directing the servant where to go. She ordered the servants to make everyone on her knees in front of her. Hearing her words, a servant, who used to worship the hostess, felt a fear growing inside, because he realized that he would not be able to fulfill this order. She also endowed him with a powerful slap, clearly making it clear who had power in this situation. She added that if he wanted his family to move freely on her lands, he should climb and kneel immediately. The servant, holding his head, approached the boys and told them her words, insisting on the order and asking them to kneel. However, Hejin, the new master, was not going to put up with such boldness. He clung to the guy's head firmly. Holding him firmly, he knocked the guy to the ground. The energy of Kai radiated threatening power. The master did not intend to deprive the boy of life, but decided to give him a lesson for his boldness. Grabbing him by his head, the master quickly pushed him away. In flight, he struck him with a powerful blow so that he would feel the depth of his guilt. A powerful blow pierced this servant, leaving him in a serious condition. Recovery will be a real test for him. The princess was surprised to see that he was not a guy, but her servant fell on her knees, fainting with a strong blow. Inspired by such disrespect, she decided to punish the scoundrel Hejin on her own. It was terribly angry, and she rapidly approached our hero, who was quietly waiting for her, and exclaimed, "Parasite!" The master did not need to prove something, because he was confident in his correctness. He accepted the battlefield and waited quietly until she approached him. The girl used the technique of the celestial wind, the inheritance of her clan, not understanding how the guy plans to stop her unarmed hands. She intended to crush his bones, but suddenly everything changed. The Hejin's hand rushed forward, as if he were subject to his inner strength. She felt the invisible energy wraps her hand, completely shaking the movements. Hejin suddenly appeared, grabbing her elbow as if ready to break it. The unexpected cry of the girl with the moon spread throughout the restaurant where they were. After the attack, the girl held his hand firmly, trying to understand how her energy disappeared so unexpectedly. However, Jean did not stop and was ready to give her another lesson. He struck her on the support leg, and suddenly the bones began to crack, flying in pieces, which really struck and frightened the girl. Now she was on the ground, confused and helpless. Her hand refused, and her leg suffered such serious damage that she did not even have time to realize how it happened rapidly. Her cry and tears spilled over the restaurant. In despair, she could not master her emotions. The girl lost confidence and, limping, tried to leave the bad weather, retreating on one leg, wanting to escape as soon as possible. At this point, the young master remembered the commandment from the past life, who said, "The insignificance of the injury is not important until he is injured himself." Full of determination, he rushed into the battle, tearing the enemies into the pieces. Hearing these words, the girl trembled and begged him not to approach closer, asked to stop. Each word was heard as the commandment of the Emperor of Darkness, whom he was in his past life. The girl, engulfed in pain and disappointment, could not say anything else than to accuse him of badness, sobbing of despair. The hero only silently watched her agony, trying to catch the following words. But the girl did not intend to silence. She warned him that his clan was threatened. She noted that she would not forget the destruction of the entire Petxangian clan, saying it with cold determination. However, the guy was not afraid of her threats. He went quietly. He sat side by side, took her hand, and asked, "What are your intentions?" From his words, she fell inside. She was lost in thoughts, not knowing what to say, but the guy did not retreat. "I ask how you plan to destroy my clan and me." At that moment, Genpen realized that the events had gained dangerous rotation, but he was powerless to stop his brother. The girl warned him, if she tells the clan about his act, the consequences will be inevitable. Suddenly, Hedgen was angry with all the furniture around him. He grabbed a fragment of a tree, sharp like a razor. Lifting a sharp fragment above his head, he said, "I will end you, I will bury, and no one from your clan never knows, isn't it?" Seeing this, the girl choked with tears and began to shout, begging for help. But Hedgen, feeling pleasant with his act, coldly noted that this princess finally got her lesson. The next day after the incident, the boys gather in their father's office, waiting for the consequences of their actions. In the office, the father demands to explain how all this happened and what really happened. He brews tea not only for himself, but also for his naughty children who have been in a difficult situation with serious consequences. Hengen sits at the table, and the air is pierced by the aroma of tea. He shares with his father the story of a quarrel that has grown into a fight. The father notes that everything is heard, only a description of the situation, not what he wanted to hear. Hegin takes a place opposite the father, and in the middle sits the younger brother Yopen, who cannot find words in this intense environment. Yopen was lost in their conversation, not finding what to say, and worries about the further course of events. The father puts a cup of tea on the table and begins to summarize the information obtained after the fight. The son of Konali's son has a broken face, and her daughter, from the clan of US Gun, has a broken limb. City rumors say that the girl has serious internal injuries and skin injuries, and recovery will take about 6 months. Hiechin tries to explain that the girl was waiting for an apology, but the father does not consider it a sufficient reason. It was possible to go away. He calls for Hungen to stop stupidity, because such an act can cause conflicts between the clans and lead to bloodshed. Our hero does not consider his father's word final and asks whether our clan is so significant that his father panic. Puzzled by this question, the father clarifies what it is. The boy says that the girl does not consider their family a significant clan. These words affect the father because they are sufficient reason for the insult. Leaving the room, the guy closes the door, hesitating whether their conversation with his father will become a strong base or lead to an inevitable catastrophe. Despite the fact that the situation came out of control, he is convinced that they are not guilty of it. The cruelty that has been unacceptable for the doctrine of Pekat. This cruelty is contrary to the principles of Pecto, which are the basis of the clan and the covenant from the father. In his past life, the guy is so used to the traditions of the clan that for 30 years he ruled as the emperor. Despite all these little things, the guy still hesitates how to do with the technique of true azure silk. If he turned to his father, he would probably only be angry. The scene is transferred to the Nagagan clan, where the hospital is a girl who has recently participated in a fight. Doctors carefully impose new bandages on the girl's wounds, carefully taking care of the timely change of bandages. It is stationary, having experienced serious external and internal damage. In this critical situation, only the father, the head of the clan of Nagan Ing, reveals compassion for her. He is interested in the doctor with her condition and how she feels. The doctor reassures that the situation is not as critical as it might seem at first, but the greatest anxiety is caused by her mental state. She has been seriously psychological trauma. The doctor is convinced that she survived a severe shock. Physical injuries will heal in 6 months, but healing the psyche requires more time and effort. The head of the clan looks at her with regret, full of thoughtfulness about the problem that covered his daughter. Meanwhile, the girl is in the hospital. She is tormented by delusions and hallucinations. Suddenly, the son comes in, and the doctor worships with him. The son exclaims, "Hello, Dad," and his father rejoices in meeting with his second son named Hen. Hen asks his father about his thoughts on the current situation. The father confessed that serious injuries had been so much affected by her that it is difficult for him to see her suffering, and he so wants to develop and discover the world. Hang without hesitation tells his father that this incident opened for everyone the opportunity to get valuable lessons. At the same time, he believes that bandits do not deserve forgiveness, even if this case could be a lesson for them. Keon emphasizes that the discovery of the value of life due to its help is not the morality of this story. The father cautiously reports that the culprit belongs to the clan Yan and dared to attract the images of his daughter. Hen notes that the clan Yan has been only 50 years old and has already dared to challenge the clutter. Hen asks a question that makes everyone in the room to fever from tension. Will the father allow these bandits to remain unpunished? The father does not delay the answer. Of course, he will not leave. He seeks retribution. The injury of his child will not turn him away from the intention to challenge this strength and clan. Hang smiled in response, because he agreed with his father. From his position as the head of the clan, every step must be carefully weighted, and he cannot act spontaneously in this situation. Hearing this, his father asks Hannah about the bandit. Hen replies that this case is sure to be in power because the culprit is already known, so there is no point in rushing. One of the questions that the hen was worried about is when the meeting of successors will take place. What is the date and time? Now we move to the night clan E. The father announces his younger son about the future meeting of successors, and he is unexcusably surprised, because the meetings of the heirs, where only the descendants of the 7 leading clans are present, aim to unite these clans. He pulls out from his pocket scroll, passes it to his son, and points out that already on the 15th of this month, the guy has to go to Hefei in Angoy. At the entrance, this permission should be made so that the Hawk Detachment accompanies it. The Hawk Detachment is an elite clan organization, and the boy was very surprised that he had been in such a gathering among such people. He was not even delighted with the permission of his father. He suggested that his older brother went for him. The father turned silently without saying a word. He intended to warn the guy of the danger that his brother was. However, John Penn did not immediately realize the threat, because he considered his brother a rather decent person. The father noted that his son had changed severely and was no longer who he was before. The feeling of his father was so strong that he thought that a completely different person was in front of him. Under the starry sky, illuminated by the night glow, the young master trains hard, honing his new abilities. Despite all the difficulties, he realizes that he should bear the heavy burden, determined by the fate in the future. Workouts turn into an integral part of his being, promising significant fruits in the future. The former Emperor of Darkness, having received a new embodiment, seeks to catch up with the lost time, using his wise knowledge. However, the body is increasingly resisting, preventing it from fully revealing its capabilities. He releases a stick that falls on the ground with a roar and realizes that he still exceeded his capabilities. During his training, he reached the edge of his capabilities, his hands covered with calluses and burns from energy. In his past life, he skillfully owned a huge axe, but now he can forget about it, because even with a simple iron rod, he could not cope. He looked at his bloodied hands, thinking how long it would take to master new techniques. However, he does not intend to give up. The autumn leaves falls smoothly on it from the trees, and it hears a light rustle, as if someone is coming closer. He straightens his shoulders, puts a stick on his shoulder, and carefully awaits the guest's arrival. The stranger approaches me and asks if I was training because this place looks as if there was a workout. The boy asks his father why he came and got the answer. His father noticed that the son was carefully training even at night, which is atypical for him. The boy wiped blood out of his hands and, turning to his father, declared his desire to master the art of possessing staff and spear. However, the father, having noticed in the hands of his son a regular wooden stick, asks what kind of spear and staff. The guy, when asked if he is managed with a sword, replies that he is not. It worries his father because the great techniques of their clan are closely related to the art of the sword. Being the older son of the clan, he is obliged to master these skills. However, the young man has his own view. He is convinced that even mastering the clan technician will be unsuccessful unless they are adapted to his physical capacity. Hearing the words of his son, his father was confused. How does his young descendant already feel what techniques are suitable for his body? The guy explains that martial arts are a true feeling of body. If the path that he chose is harmoniously combined with his physical capacity, he should follow this way, feeling the energy of chi in his hand with a stick. There is a moment of silence when they both realize that there is a proportion of truth, but the father is stunning his son's passion. The father turned silently and was getting ready to leave. But holding up for a moment, his father remembered that the Sanguine's keeper had handed him important information. In the information, it was argued that his son, Hetson, wanted to master the technique of azure silk, and these words were confirmed. Everyone knows that the technique of azure silk is one of the 5 great divine arts of the clan. Since no member of the clan can master one of the 5 great divine arts without its approval, he intends to ask his son. Our hero listens to his father focusedly without intending to argue with him. However, the father notes that it is his final decision on this technique on his question. The answer to the question posed by the father will determine the future of the son and his ability to master azure silk. At the moment when everything was covered with flames, the corpses were lying on the ground, the houses were destroyed, and the clan was survived by its last minutes, the fateful incident occurred. The enemy troops were constantly moving towards the leader of the clan, while his warriors gave their lives heroically, trying to protect the commander. However, all their efforts were in vain. One exhausted knight, exhausted after the battle, broke into the room of his master. His appearance spoke of all the horrors of war. The warriors of the clan did not withstand the attacks of the enemies, and the head, hiding with the children in the room, decided to pass on 5 great divine arts at this critical moment. Hedgen and his brother Joe Pan were amazed by the news of his father, realizing that only in an emergency could he dare to such an act. Unable to withstand the tension, John Penn told his father that he would also join the fight for the victory of the clan. Our hero received guidance on the 5 great divine arts, with the hope that he will be able to preserve this important information. After receiving these invaluable books from his father, he hastily went to the exit. He went to the battle for his family and kind. The last phrase that the father struck the air before leaving was the team of children to flee. Then he burned his chi, to enter the last fight with all determination. This moment defined the future of the clan, and its leader fought until the last breath. All his life he has been preparing for this moment. His last order was to send a detachment of the Iron Wall to expel enemies and protect the clan. His children unanimously supported his plan, and by the end believed that everything would go according to him. The book moved to his older brother, who was able to master these rare arts. In this new life, standing in the middle of the forest, his father addressed his son with the question, "Where do you know about the technique of true bathing silk?" the head of the clan asked him. The father knew that the son told the keeper about his training and mastering one of the forms, and sought to find out more. But the guy interrupted him, noting that it is not just about the technique of true azure silk. At that moment, my father's face was serious. The boy told him that he had all the forms of 5 great divine arts. The father looked at his younger son with surprise, struck by how he could have such information. However, the guy looked into his eyes bravely, realizing that he was the one who opened him all these tricks. He suddenly felt a strong desire to put in detail the whole truth about what happened, and to admit that he was the Emperor of Darkness. He was killed about how he was betrayed, and then he was suddenly revived in a new body, and about the threat that is constantly approaching and which they will soon have to face. However, he stopped, deciding that it was not yet a moment to open everything before his father. To give his father a relevant answer, he remembered how he was often driven to the library of martial arts as a child, so there are some moments from those visits in memory. Hearing such an answer, his father wondered whether the son could tell the truth, whether he should assume that he is lying. But when his father met with his son's look, he realized that he was talking sincerely, and in fact, he had considerable knowledge. However, the father was still concerned why the son so actively seeks to master the martial arts. There may be a reason that he does not know about, and it suggested that the son was hiding something. Despite everything, he listened to his son and asked to come tomorrow morning to his office. There he will help the son to master the energy of Ki, which is the key to true azure silk. The next morning, in the office of the owner, they started working on him. Sitting in the room and concentrating his energy, his father directed his son, helping him quickly master this power. The father believed that 2 weeks would be enough for the son to fully master the energy of Ci. Suddenly, during his workout, he felt that something went wrong. Energy, instead of filling it, hurt. It seemed abnormal, and he could not understand what the reason. At a moment when he combined his energy with his son's energy, there was a powerful explosion that destroyed everything around. Hedon was saturated with dark energy as if she had escaped from the demon itself and lost its ability to control it. At that moment, his eyes flashed a bright white light, which marked the awakening of the energy of Kai in his soul. The whole room was filled with a special silver glow, reminiscent of the beauty of a clear, sunny day. After the smoke and wind were scattered, the dust finally began to settle on the floor. The father closed his face with his hands, and through the thick fog he managed to see it. It deeply impressed his soul, giving rise to many new questions. Although it seemed incredible, his son remained unharmed, surrounded by a flow of chi energy. Classes have just begun, and it is clear that the results that usually spend months have been achieved. After that, he sighed deeply and got out of meditation. This is how their first day training ended. Just as a bright moon began to look in the evening sky, the boy told his father that he completed his studies. The father did not restrain his son's praise because he quickly achieved striking results in learning. Hearing this, Hetjin was pleasantly surprised by his father's praise. Hedjin, for his part, was glad to train with his father, because during joint classes he was able to feel his energy. Despite everything, his father was proud of his son and saw in him not a weak, but a real, powerful warrior. Despite the fact that the father did not fully understand the thoughts and aspirations of the son, he could not refrain from praise for excellent work. Pride overwhelmed him, and he told his son about the future meeting of the receivers. Yesterday he insisted that Gippin went to the meeting for you. The guy perceived it with equilibrium. He assured his father that he understood everything and had no questions. However, the father struck that the son did not show any interest and did not insist on participation in the event. The guy noted that he has no desire to join this meeting. After all, who needs a company of empty-headed children with an excessive sense of their own grandeur? This idea deeply upset the boy and deprived the desire to join the meeting. Hearing all this, the father, without spending time on persuasion, angrily decided to send him with his brother. The next day, the horses were having fun carrying their masters. Hedjin was riding on a cart, playfully chewing the stem of the grass, while his brother was satisfied with the beauty of the road. On the opposite side, they noticed a small trolley that attracted John Penn's attention at his speed, because he moved faster than a large crowd. The boys decided to follow him. After a month of grueling journeys, they finally got the provinces of Angoy, conducting their delegation ahead. Passing crowded streets, they noticed numerous places with appetizing dishes. Hyunjin looked around, realizing that this place was not for him. He was surprised why his father decided to send him here. Perhaps it is even better because he has a chance to better understand the true nature of his enemies. He still could not finally understand whether their enemy was a true old doctrine or belonged to one of the 7 large clans. At the time of attack on the Hedjin clan, it was convinced that their energy technique coincided with the technique of Perto. In addition to their clan, representatives of 6 more families were present at this meeting. Among the attackers in his village, there were no representatives of the clans of Gung, Mayan, and Tan. So now he had to pay special attention to the other 3 clans. He smiled cunningly, realizing that among those who remained were the Peng clan, the Meng clan, and without a doubt, Clan Zengal. And here our history is transferred to the thick forest of the province of Angha. In the dense forests of the province of Anshi stands the guy hiding behind a tree. The flame tongues explode around him, as if someone are convinced of the attack on him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar object arrives, and he instinctively tries to evade. He manages to evade, and he notices that it is an explosive device that destroys the tree into which it has just crashed. He is haunted by the attacker who seeks to blow him. The explosion is so strong that it is able to destroy the trees around. The thief, pursuing the boy, notes that he has incredible speed. He turned out to be even faster than the thief suggested, that she added great difficulty. The guy can contradictate unexpectedly. The girl suddenly appears and says to the thief, "There are many old trees here, and you use deer inventory." The thief stands on the background of the fire that he himself caused. The girl approached him, felt readiness for decisive confrontation. She realizes that he has exhausted his resources and asks her to hand over the last bag. The scoundrel tries to stop it without having an idea that she conceived. It is charged with the energy of KY. Its body is full of the force of innate talent. The thief, pleading, asks her to stop. However, it continues to act, causing a strong blow directly into the pelvis of the thief. This finally disrupts it, leaving powerless. Her powerful blow throws a guy at an incredible speed. He breaks several trees and finally stops near the last. The fire that burned on the battlefield after the escape of the villain did not go out. The guy who barely escaped the perpetrator's strike headed for a girl standing nearby. He holds a bag in his hands, and it seems that she was the cause of this chaos. The girl decides to look inside, and the guy is indignant, feeling that he is constantly exposed to a bait. At that moment, she removes disheveled hair, asking it if he wants safety for her older sister. If so, his birth should happen earlier to avoid a feeling of injustice. After they did all that they planned, it was only necessary to extinguish the fire on the battlefield. It had to be done quickly because they were at risk of meeting. Their names are Jengal Jun and Jengal Ashen. They fussed because they hurried to an important gathering of recipients. We go to the picturesque area of Kakohol Service, a well-known street where many people enjoy lunch. This public place was reminiscent of a restaurant. Every table was busy, and hungry visitors were constantly demanding supplements. Aken and Jun also visited this eatery, with delight in waiting for their favorite dish, the Rarns. The young man was pleased to enjoy his ramen, and suddenly his attention was attracted by an unexpected cry. It seemed that the sound walked past him because he did not pay attention to him at all. However, his sister, unlike Jun's brother, failed to pay attention to this sound. She rose from the table and told her brother that it was time to leave. She rose sharply, and by the force of the movement, turned the ramen of Jun directly on his face. The hot shoulders spilled over his head, his clothes leaked with the aromas of spices. He did not fully realize why his sister suddenly jumped. It seems that Zhang heard nothing. Perhaps the fast jogging of the sister was only her imagination. At the opposite end of the city stands the guy, squeezing his hand, which hurts a lot after the impact. We watch our hero's training, Hedjin, with this guy. Hedjin notes that its shape is quite good, but still has some disadvantages that should be improved. Hedjin raises the stick over his head and, waving, threw it in the direction of the boy, as if it were his weapon. Hedjin reminds intuitively that we should approach this as a real battle. However, when a guy catches a stick, he realizes that his energy is almost on the verge. Sweat flows from the eyelids of a guy exhausted to the limit after intense workouts and drips to the ground. Aken, having heard the sound of a training battle, the echo of which was full of the whole city, hurried to find out what was happening there. The guy begs Hejin about another opportunity. The guy tries to strike, but Hejin, being a real master of the invisible front, skillfully evades. Meanwhile, Zhang and Yuchen are sitting in the bushes nearby, enchanted by watching this sight. Although the guy asked for a chance to correct, the strikes made by Hejin were too powerful. From time to time, Hejin used his energy, which deprived the boy's chance of repelling his lightning attacks. Although he managed to evade the blows of Hejin's stick, he was not yet able to overcome him. Just a young master scratched his stick against the enemy's foot, and he tried to evade. The weapon still caught up with him, struck on the body. This created a truly painful sight. Hiding in the bushes, Aken heard these desperate cries and decided to run away. Hichsen stood, watching his opponent, who was written from pain after his devastating blow. He was glad that everything turned out. His body finally felt ease, and the training gave the desired result. Its real azure silk gave stability while performing techniques. He looks at his mighty hands, realizing that he will soon be able to master the martial arts of 4 gods. This discovery fills it with incredible admiration. However, reflections were interrupted by a stranger who rushed to them. This man had a good age but clearly emitted power because he was a commander of a hawk detachment and called Sinamo. Hedzin informed the commander that he would go after the battle, and the guests who were hiding in the bushes and watching him will leave under his supervision. Sinamo fulfilled the order of the young owner, realizing that 2 spies are monitored behind him. He remained stationary, without unnecessary movements, focused on their appearance. However, in the end, he noted that he was ready to wait as much as he needed, so they should agree to a peaceful solution. The light rustle of the leaves filled the air immediately. Aken appeared from the bushes, getting up when she realized that they were discovered. Her brother, who was nearby, was surprised by her reaction. The girl, having introduced the hawk commander, apologized. She explained that she had come because she heard screams and seeing the battle could not take her eyes off the battle. She soon supported her clumsy brother, who was so confused that she didn't know how to behave. The hawk commander noted that it was good that they confessed, but noted that espionage was extremely inappropriate. Hedzin returned to look at visitors and realized that these were his long-standing friends. He felt the alarming energy of their ki. Aken explained her actions, claiming that her brother came first, and she would always take care of him, making him a bait. Of course, he was indignant because of her regular accusations, and merged so much that he chased after her. The commander remained indifferent because they were just children. Haichin was aware that the human nature and energy of his companions are different from the thief he saw. However, he could not give hasty grades without checking in battle, because in this world it could be a murderer. Walking past, the girl noted that the guy had frozen on the spot. She noticed that despite the fact that he stood to them with his back, she understood that this guy does not make their eyes out of them and they should be careful with him. The evening soon came, and something incredible happened above the tavern, where visitors were dinner. A flame broke up nearby, climbing a few meters up. Everyone grabbed chairs, struck by the explosion nearby. The shockwave destroyed the furniture and broke the dishes. The frightened audience looked around. Striking, they hurried to run out of tavern, trying to avoid an unknown danger. Smoke risen from the adjacent window after the recent explosion, they feared. Someone's leg cautiously stood on the floor, covered by the flames, as if it was led by an invisible conductor. A gloomy man wrapped in explosives emerged from the explosion. He began to explain with a clamp who just mocked his subordinates. The man poured an unknown liquid from the package, warning that the culprit of the past incident is better to appear on his own. Otherwise, he is ready to go to extreme measures and set fire to everything around. Aken and Jun were watching this scene from the roof, realizing that the events of this evening were not completed this evening. Hearing the words of the sister, the boy did not understand what she was talking about. However, she quickly explained, it was the head of the guy she had previously beat. Despite the brother's words, who advised to go to the Gen clan for help, she resolutely rushed forward. Again noticing how Akin ignored him and decided to act at her discretion, he realized that it was quite familiar to her when her shoe touched the roof. He was directly over the epicenter of the explosion, and the invisible air force lifted him into the air. She turned to the thief, reporting that the abuser of his servant had already arrived and called for him to stop the risk of a dangerous game with fire. The husband's people saw that the girl who caused all this mess appeared, and everyone began to shout that she was on the roof. Some were in hand because they planned to capture it. His broken and beaten servant, noticing the girl, called the owner to act faster to grab her. However, the owner brutally hit the subordinate without finding no crumbs of regret. It all started with the fact that the subordinate prevented the owner from seeing the girl. When the maid fell to the ground, the manager was able to inspect it in detail without obstacles. The unpleasant chief exclaimed that the girl went down for discussion because you need to meet in person. From the top of the roof, she saw that the villain had a shadow hand technique. Energy, penetrating into the body, causes unbearable pain. Therefore, this enemy had to act extremely carefully. She hesitated for a long time whether it was worth descending, but remained on the roof. Meanwhile, the boys at the bottom decided to study her and began to throw a large number of explosives right in her direction. The boss was not alone, and gestures pointed out where to throw the explosive, as if the conductor of the orchestra which controls his team. The boss was aware that explosive packets pose a serious threat. After that, something evil could happen to her. The bags with explosives flew directly to the girl, and she did not have time to react in time, but her brother interfered, decisively rushing to the help of her sister. Using the technique of a little star, he successfully stopped the flying bombs, saving his sister from danger. And even taking them in his own hands, stopped their influence. Later, with his palms filled with golden good, he descended to the ground. However, he realized that his technique requires tremendous energy reserves. He soon noted that the legs were stuck in his leg and his sister was already racing. These were the devil daggers that penetrated his body. The wounds from them bleed as if they were filled with some energy. June, feeling severely nausea, was constantly spitting blood to the ground. As soon as the blood touched the earth, an unbearable stench spreads in the air. When the girl approached her brother, she realized that this unbearable smell was poison. The owner, wiping daggers, still covered with fresh blood, reassured the girl, "Don't worry. It has antidote, so the gender does not matter. Both men and women should remain alive so that they can be sold." This only confirmed his belief in his own philosophy and belief that he was a great lord of fire. The fire devoured everything around, and the name of this criminal was heard as Bang. When she witnessed the horrific attack of this offender on her brother, she was filled with a relentless rage. She accumulated the energy of 101 and decided to use it to force it to take away the antidote. The poisonous chaos flooded a place where people had dinner recently, leaving only the wreckage behind. Hedjin left the hotel and watched in surprise that he was doing around. Shortly, his brother ran out of the bedroom, saw the consequences, and decided not to notify the detachment of hawks about the fire. In the meantime, another clan sought help, but Hedjin reassured them, assuring that it was not necessary to worry. The wind blows the other way, so the fire will not spread to their territory. Brother asked him to help the Jagali clan, ensuring that the help would arrive as soon as possible. But John Pan looked at his brother and realized that he did not respond to his word. Hedjin watched the events closely. In his eyes, a mysterious power was read. He watched Akin in a rage rushed at the owner who dared to attack the tavern and wanted it to stop. He wanted her to show him more, showed the skill of the battle of his clan, which he sought to see. The girl attacked the villain, but he easily avoided her. Our hero watched the stormy tongues of the flame in the battle and comprehended. If these warriors from the Jagal clan at one time destroyed his native clan, then only he is able to feel the power of this energy and realize its source. The Emperor of the Dark will turn the province of Hebei into a bloody, fiery desert. The battle is ignited. Ahen's unsuccessful attempt on the boss sows chaos in the city. Smoke wraps the streets, and in the air a roar that echoes in houses is buzzing. She launches the mysterious technique of her clan, suddenly exposing all the cards. The light of her aura will spark the surrounding shadows, revealing the hidden. Her opponent, a treacherous fighter, took a defensive position, trying to give the impression of control over the battle. He laughs boldly with her efforts, openly ridiculed her failure. Knowing the secret of the Jagal clan, he boldly raises his daggers, making fun of the girl for using the technique of the divine first black birch. Meanwhile, the girl focuses all her energy on divine technology, realizing that despite all the difficulties, she must hurry, because her brother was on the verge of death. The scoundrel stubbornly called her soulless sister, hinting that she decided to use secret technique only when her brother lost consciousness. His words cause her pain, but she does not allow this to prevent the focus on her purpose. The bandit puts his hand on her head, thinking that the girl may be really sorry, but does not stop her intention to complete her short life. Aken directs a powerful blow to the foot, trying to strike the opponent of maximum pain. However, the boss is not in vain, headed by the organization. Its strength makes it easy to reflect attacks, demonstrating an undeniable advantage in the duel. He immediately sends a volley of sharp, poisonous daggers. The daggers rush towards the girl, but thanks to incredible agility, she manages to avoid them. By saturating himself with the energy of divine technology, Aken tears forward. Her aura shines brightly, creating a powerful blow. This blow is directed directly at the ominous grimace of the insidious villain. She uses the technique of palm of the small star, and her blow penetrates the body of the villain. Feeling the strength of the blow, he stepped back, his legs were smiled, and the villain was forced to stop. Despite a powerful blow, the boss seemed to not care about the injury. She was absolutely confident in the flawlessness of her blow, feeling that she hit the target. However, the villain remained on his feet, so she is preparing to attack again. There is no time for reflection. You need to act quickly. She strongly rises to her feet and again rushes to the enemy. Suddenly there is a sharp dagger that flies into it, as if from the air. His blade burns with red energy and chi. Like lightning, she shatters, saving her life on instant without realizing how she succeeded. She will not fit how this old scoundrel survives after her powerful blow. It seems like magic. He again throws a dagger in her direction. It retreats to a safe distance to think again, because everything happened too unexpectedly. Against the backdrop of a burning boss, which he flows with blood, he confesses that her blow was quite successful and even caused him pain. The rage covers the Lord of Fire, and with a crazy desire, he tries to break the girl into pieces, insidiously attacking her with her daggers. In all possible ways, while avoiding attacks, she tries not to fall into the trap of his treacherous intentions. She is forced to skillfully evade many daggers. Despite the complexity of the situation, its powerful technique allows you to break the daggers into debris with the help of divine energy of chi. But every time the demonic technique is weak, the owner of the fire comes closer, increasing the pressure on the girl with his ruthless attack. In the heat of the battle, they face the forehead, and it strikes a burning foot on her hand. The blow was ruthless and burning, and the girl felt her whole power penetrated her body. But she was not going to retreat. Grabbing him with one hand, she struck the other with all determination. Her fist at the speed of lightning laid on his face, and she desperately hoped that this blow would become his fatal. After her fist collided with the face of the scoundrel, he received such a blow that he could change his views on life. Despite this, he stood on his feet, skillfully defending and successfully responding to the blows. The scoundrel retreated at a safe distance and noticed that the girl was exhausted and barely standing on her feet. He hoped that she would not be able to cope for a long time using her technique. Her martial art was distinguished by its power and complexity, which put it in a vulnerable position in front of the enemy. She felt the energy exhausted, and squeezing the body in helplessness realized that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Suddenly, the chief reminds the subordinates that time is not on their side, and orders to immediately attack the girl in order to capture her. The crowd of barbarians quickly surrounds her. Forces leave her, and she realizes that she does not handle them alone. Most of all, it is broken by the idea that she is guilty of all this, and her brother may not come to her senses. The moonlight is buried in the fire glow, creating an alarming atmosphere. Our hero sets out how the girl uses her technique, but does not hurry to come to the rescue. However, suddenly, her brother, John Penn, cannot tolerate injustice and interferes with a clash. Despite the danger, he decides to come to her help. Hegan sees his brother and is aware of the need to support him. He exhales, noting that something unusual has woke up inside. This mysterious feeling does not leave him, hinting at the possible opening of something hidden. However, there was no time for reflection. He lifted his wooden staff, preparing for decisive action. He raises the staff over his head like a spear and aims at the enemy. His goal is to throw the staff and hit the villain to intervene. Sadding the staff with his energy, he throws it directly into the crowd of criminals. At this point, a flock of barbarians crazy everything that happens on their way. One of the shocks involves Aken directly into the body. After falling to the ground, Aken drops to his knees, realizing that her forces are exhausted. At this time, she is covered by the idea, will her life end in this uninvited corner? The bandits are brazenly mocking, remembering how she had been able to act and quickly, and now it seemed that her time has passed. One of the bandits, noting the girl's helplessness, decided to take advantage of the situation to gain benefits, and asked his commander to allow it. Suddenly, with unprecedented force, the staff flies with him and demolishes his head, stopping all the evil plans. The girl, fascinated by an incredible spectacle, did not understand who spoke her defender. Meanwhile, the face of the killed villain was covered with blood. When the bandit fell, the whole crowd froze in tension, trying to understand what happened. Our hero suddenly appears from the thick smoke that absorbed chaos. The bandits, absorbed by the shock from the bloody beheading of their friend, understand that they cannot leave it without revenge. The guy, understanding the consequences of his interference with a fight, goes forward without words. One of the bandits looks closely at him and asks, "Who are you to dare to such?" The girl looks carefully at the young master of the clan of Pek San Yen, admiring his strong posture. She sees that he was not scared to intervene in a fight, but does not understand why he decided to help her and why his look so cold. One of the warriors who held a weapon like a mace on the shoulders approached Hedin. He was approaching every step of the way to remind Hedin of an extremely important detail, which he may not even know. When the manager asks the question, you need to react without delay, and he intended to force Hedin to answer instantly. But after a moment, the warrior falls to the ground, burned to death. His weapon falls out of his hands and rolls to the feet of a young man who lenses to lift her. A crowd of bandits, frozen in shock, not believing in his own eyes. Their comrade lies on the ground, and the weapon that was in his hands now belongs to the young man. Of course, they are not going to leave it. Surrounding him, they are preparing for the attack. Claws, swords, and sabers aimed at Hedin. But how did he manage to kill a friend without even touching him? Hedin takes a battle rack, cracks spread over the asphalt under his feet. The leader of the gang orders its subordinates to stop it at any cost. A calm guy suddenly appears twice in front of the eyes of the bandits, like an illusion. Like a hurricane, he rushes with a mace in different directions, scattering the helpless scoundrels. Ruthlessly straightening with the scoundrels, he crushes their ugly faces, making the world a little better. Although he did not want to help this girl, he realizes that he will learn anything if she just stays out of life. Weapons of bandits in his hands, he scatters their bodies on all sides. No one is able to stop it, and the bones of criminals are cracking as if crackers. With damaged extremities, only some are still alive. They lie on the battlefield, all destroyed. And the Lord of the Fire was sharply faded and made a surprise. A young man with incomprehensible power appeared in front of him. In a moment, he defeated the entire army, and only as soon as the last soldier fell unconscious. Hedin stands, focusing his energy, which impresses the leader to the depths of the soul. Even the bonfire, which was burning nearby, subsides under the power of this guy. The boss is confused. All his soldiers were killed, and more strange, he hit only the most vulnerable places. He is aware that he cannot afford to lose his vigilance, because she is not just a girl. It causes its hellish fiery daggers. He takes the fiery daggers in his hands and turns to the guy. "Who are you, the hell?" Meanwhile, Jean is approaching a girl who has been saved. She is shocked and cannot pick up words to express her gratitude. Our hero takes her hand and compresses sincerely. He stands nearby, and his chakra seems to pierce her body, causing a girl such pain that she cannot restrain the cry. However, the young man just throws a cold, "Continue," although in his thoughts he watches how the girl should show him the true power of his CI. When she stops for a moment, his strength gradually begins to penetrate her body. The guy feels bad and realizes that her energy is really hostile. He thinks whether the girl and her clan are his enemies. Having received this feeling, he feels slight irritation. He carelessly dismisses her hand and is about to say something. "I hoped that she would take care of her younger brother during his reign." The girl wants to warn him. He probably does not realize who he contacted. The boss has a dangerous weapon, poisoned daggers, and even one scratch can be worth life. Hein Jin acts forward and emphasizes that it does not intend to tolerate it for a long time, asking if she heard his words. With incredibly cold, angry energy, he turns to her, sharply ordered to go away because she only interferes with him. Seeing how they answered and felt cold on the skin, she became silent without finding words in response. She is silent, takes her brother by the hand, and leads to a safe place. The bandit leader is closely watching the events and decides to intervene to find out if the young man has completed his family affairs. The bandit realized that the young man was just pretending to be confident about the girl, although in fact, he is not dangerous. The young man only noted that his art of the Silent Red tribe does not represent anything special. The bandit was impressed with his knowledge because few people knew about the existence of this clan and his technician. It angered the bandit because the guy looked worthless, but how could he learn about his special equipment? However, our hero confidently took the mace, made several maneuvers, and, having taken a defensive position, turned to the bandit. He announced that he has a question that will require the answer. What technique does he use? We see a girl who carries in the hands of an unconscious brother under the glow of a full moon. It seems that his condition is only deteriorating, but the memories of how the guy from the clan brought her to the madness of his attitude are continuously spinning in his head. She swore that next time he will make him his debtor. After all, this arrogant heir of the clan managed to humiliate it. There was a detachment of hawks in the yard, and the commander informed his brother Tsipnya that they had extinguished the fire near the southwestern gate. He wanted to ask if it was time to help Master Hodgin in this situation. Chipin's brother hesitated the situation with a hesitation, thinking whether there is a real need for their interference with this conflict, whether Hodgin will be able to solve the problem on his own. Jipin did not find a word in response, because in this situation he had nothing to add. The Hawk commander stared at him, trying to achieve understanding. Looking at the side, he noticed the bodies of criminals who were motionless on the ground. The clash of the Hedjin with the boss was so energetic that the reinforcement seemed superfluous. Joe Penn, brother Hedjin, said he did not think that he needs help until the battle lasted in the background. It was a clash to life and death in which the winner would remain the only alive. The bandit leader already felt that his fate had been resolved. At the same moment, Hedjin rushed at him with cold as ice his hands. Its weapons were sharp, and a heavy mace was able to knock out his life with one blow. It so happened that the robber had lost the strike of our brave hero. He turned out to be so powerful and accurate that the robber teeth were scattered into pieces. For a moment, he still squeezed his dagger in his hand. Although he is seriously injured, he still found strength on the last blow, suddenly attacking from our hero's feet. The dagger flashed past Hedzen without harming him. He flew over the enemy, performed the salto, and was striking behind the enemy's back. The boss, the Lord of Fire, was stunned by this maneuver and did not have time to react in time. But in a moment, a powerful blow to the mace struck him in his back. The blow of the body in his back caused serious damage to his extremities, and he almost decided to capitulate. However, in this fight, someone had to die. He decided that it was time to stop this nonsense and send Hedjin to the other world, so told the boy that he had to act decisively. Our hero replied that his opponent is the most boring fighter, and it is not interesting to compete with him. And he did not say a word, did not even use the art of the silent red tribe or the silent god of the left, which would really be interested in seeing. Considering the situation, our hero realized that the thief used his technique only to strengthen his daggers. While this technique is the strongest in the world, it cannot be used so lightly. The bandit tensed, and our hero continued to humiliate him, accusing him of lies. After all, calling himself a fire of fire, he is not capable of any fiery attack and does not deserve this title. The guy doubts whether the bandit really mastered the technique of the silent left god. These words, like a knife in the heart, have deeply affected the bandit and caused him a strong anger. This psychological attack was subtle and effective. A bandit, blinded by anger, decided to clearly show his art of the silent red tribe to this boy. The guy recalls his past life when in one of the cold caves discovered the technique of 4 gods, which begins with the divine energy of the north. He is interested in the old, why training was to begin with the divine energy of the north. The old man replies by punching a hole in the rock. When the energy is exhausted, it picks up the finger, and the rock remains a perfectly accurate hole. The old man explains that the energy of the god of water is the most solid among the forces of 4 gods, but at the same time, it remains the smallest. She can control ramps and artillery, and raised her hand, the old man intends to show another trick. Hardly touching the wall with his hand, the old man called a wave as if she appeared on the water. Then he begins to create unprecedented with the help of only one hand movement. He makes drawings on a stone rock like a laser. This technique helps to improve the skills in the martial arts that have already been mastered. His hands are crossed on the stones filled with energy. In a moment, he created an image of the box of the north, the embodiment of the water god Kai. Hedzin asks him what to do to awaken the power of 4 gods. The old man replies that, in fact, he has not yet reached the desired stage of development. He notes that it is important to use a decisive intention to destroy the enemy and undermine his moral spirit. On the battlefield, Hygen uses a hellish flame of evil, which brings the bandits to madness. It is intended to cause the energy of God in the fight. The bandit leader clasps his teeth, feeling the energy fills every corner of his body. His muscles increase instantly and the body covers the fire, all this to show the boy who is chief here. He rejects his favorite daggers and boldly rushes into the battle, leaving them behind because he no longer puts hope on them. His power is incredible, and the guy stands quietly, ready to meet him. For him, it is all boring, and on the face, a fucking emotion, no sorrow, no fear. A boss appears in front of him, enveloped in the flame of the technique called unconditional red tribe. However, this does not impress our hero because he easily evades every blow. Like a baby with a ball, he cheerfully juggles with this scoundrel. The blows are powerful, but they seem weak for the emperor. Bull of the warrior, he proclaims that such fire is not able to destroy even the anthill. This scoundrel cannot restrain laughter. Are you what is your only skill? He mocks. The leader of the bandits is indignant and embarrassed because he has not met such cheeky abuse. He threatens to destroy everything around, both in Gedjin and beyond. The force comes out of control and its inner demon erupts. Relationships with the guy reach a boiling point, saturated with rage and flames of quarrels. The blow with great speed and force flies past Hedjin, destroying trees and walls in its path. However, when a powerful blow eventually struck the tree, leaving it on it, his strength began to gradually fade. Gangster did all this to see the reaction of a smiling guy. Not only does he deplete all his strength, so in different circumstances they are mocking it. The fiery tornado collapses on the young man, but he skillfully evades, demonstrating great agility. He does not pay attention to the battle, cleverly avoiding boss attacks and preventing it from approaching. It only ignites the anger of the boss, forcing him to attack even more fury. However, his true goal is to exhaust the enemy and identify his weaknesses. He even releases a mace from his hands to get pleased with intrigue and skillfully evade strokes. At that moment, the boss decides that he caught the weakness of the opponent, and rushes forward, hoping to grasp the guy with his huge, fiery hand to destroy him. In response, the guy just catches him with his bare hand, and their limbs are intertwined. Despite the fact that the boss was convinced that he was going to kill him, he saw only a blunt freak in the guys. Holding his hand, the boss had already dreamed of turning him into a victim. It will start with a fracture of all the bones, considering every detail of its cruel plan. He already imagined the sinister image of a dead boy and laughed, enjoying this thought when suddenly felt as in the air of the aroma of water magic. His fiery hand gradually goes out, highlighting the steam pillars. The stunned boss cannot understand where this couple came from and how it is possible. However, in a moment, he realizes that he stands in the water on his knees and is interested in watching it gradually rises. The water rises, absorbing the flames of its technique and strength. The surprise of the situation knocks him out of the panther and he begins to be nervous. And here is the scene. The guy holds his hand firmly, and the energy shell is poured around them. They seem to swim in the water space, although in fact it is not water at all. Suddenly, the technique of the great god disappeared. This made the boss realize that something went wrong, and his face changed sharply. But how was it possible for the boy to awaken the god of water, the owner of the north? The force was so incredible that heavy rain was pouring out of heaven. The powerful god of water, a mythical creature which united the images of a turtle and snake put in front of the fire. He embodies the defender of the north and one of the four directions of the world, Henma. The boss is aware that all his attempts do not produce results. The fire in his demonic palms no longer flashes. It seemed incredibly his technique completely disappeared, absorbed by the unknown. The overload is so great that blood begins with its nostrils and mouth. He does not fall in spirit and, shouting the evil bitch son, tries at least. He asks the guy that he did with his energy while trying to strike him. The flames over the tavern continued, but it became more powerful. From powerful blows, the body of the culprit of this feast was thrown to the ground. The young man approaches the exhausted boss lying on the ground and thanks him sincerely. The young man expresses gratitude to Bosa for being able to awaken God Henmis thanks to his help. Instead, the robber lying on the earth begs for a mercy, promising the boy's incredible wealth for his charity. However, the hero, looking right in this scoundrel, replied that he could continue to play with his favorite fire. Going closer, he concentrates all energy in his hands, investing it over the root body of a scoundrel. The charge rushes straight to the face of this frostbite. The blow gets exactly into the center of the flame, which is no longer subject to its control. And at that moment his body is ignited with unprecedented force, and the Lord of Fire will be defeated. The last he watches before death is the boy's silhouette. His cry breaks the streets of the city, destroying everything in his way and absorbing the villain. The boy, with detached elegance and cold curiosity, is watching the events. Suddenly, his brother Jin Peng is approaching the boy. He looks at his brother without recognizing him and cannot speak a word. The next day, after a terrible battle, the taverns smell the mountain, but the flames were already gone. The locals gathered together to restore the destroyed. The builders took up the restoration of the destroyed structure, and surprisingly, the walls were not so damaged. One builder tells the other that Mr. from the clan was delayed Polly. While working with a nail, the builder noticed that he was approached by an unpleasant-smelling guy. He asked to tell the details of a recent incident. The builder replied that he not only caught Polly, but also destroyed him completely. Seeing that the guy was worried about the smell, the builder assured him that everything is under control. But he remained skeptical because he could not understand how a representative of a respectable clan could be involved in such an act. Suddenly, the commander flew to them. The commander revealed the arms, seeking to embrace the guy who was teaching to him, despite the stench. He greeted him and noted that he had heard about his journey to them. Going closer, he shook his hand and noted that if they had not contacted him in advance, he would no longer be among the living. A respectful man, a representative of the famous noble family, assured that he was ready to give up his time and schedule for him. This dissatisfied man noted that they are just poor people, and may be able to take a little time from the owner of the tourney melody. He wondered how the repair was going on, and received the answer that thanks to the efforts of the poor people's sect, the work was moving well and quickly. After that, the man in unpretentious clothes assures that in the event of any difficulty, they can always turn to him, and then leaves the construction site. Workers on construction are amazed by the appearance of a man who is reset on homeless. However, the official explains that it was he who hired them for erection of a pavilion called Tourney Melody. Builders look at him and do not believe that this person is able to afford something so grand, though he has plenty of money. It turned out to be a successor to the organization of the White Islands faction. Departing from the construction site, he was stunned, learning how easily the guy overcame Bang, one of the 13 most powerful members of the Black Islands faction. Intrigued, he wanted to find out who this young man was from the Yen clan, and to see him with his own eyes. With enthusiasm unfolding his wings, he flies to the city where his successors gather to do the beggar's business there. In the dense forest, sounds of workout are heard. As always, Henzin persistently improves his combat skills. It strikes the wood, breaking it thanks to the technique of the suika, which is usually aimed at protection. However, a skillful direction of power turns this defensive equipment into a powerful offensive weapon. The art of Xuan Guardian also helps to clean the muddy quo. It has long been said that if the security guard is strong, your body will be free from excessive murmur. Suddenly, the reflections of the guy were interrupted by the appearance of a group of hawks. The hawks were informed by the young master about the completion of training. However, Hun Jin was concerned, thinking what happens to Zipin. The hawk commander noted that Jige wants to beat on his own. The guy could not believe his ears because it was not in his style. Suddenly focusing, the guy saw one of the men. Among these fencers was a strange, mysterious atmosphere. The same girl appeared on the side. Hedzin said, "If you feel better, then return to the clan." But she did not stay and grabbed him for her clothes, trying to stop. She had several questions that she very much wanted to ask. Meanwhile, his brother took a place in the tree, trying to understand what he saw. Slowly breathing and exhaling, he tried to calm down. From the height of his reflections, he wondered if he really understood his brother. But at a decisive moment, his brother was changing, and he could no longer recognize him. The image of his brother persistently pursued him, forcing him to think if he had made a mistake. Suddenly, his loneliness was dispelled by Hagen and Aken. He did not even hope to meet them, but Hagen and Aken were traveling together, immersed in conversation, not paying attention to John Mister. Watching them, he hesitated whether or not to listen to their conversations correctly. Darkness whispers to him that he would do the same, but the light insists that it is not right. However, he jumps out of the tree, apologizing in the light side. For him, it is not a more honor, but a thirst for discoveries. Hedzin and the girl stopped in the remote forest. They are convinced that their words would not reach other people's ears. The young man is wondering what she expects from him. The girl takes it by the hand and begins to form the energy that takes the shape of a ball, using the technique of the divine first black birch. She wants her blow to contain a powerful energy capable of penetrating the belly of Bang, the owner of fire. However, her technique does not harm him, and he does not even feel pain. Despite the fact that he easily overcome the enemy with the energy of wood, our hero has not yet fully realized his success. He took a deep breath of the fresh air of the fabulous forest. He noted that he was surrounded by a light and gentle aroma of qi, reminiscent of the smell of birch. However, on the other hand, the situation was not so friendly. The martial art of this irresponsible man is a path where quiet harmony with the fiery Q, capable of burning everything around. He asked the girl that, in her opinion, it would happen if the fire touches the tree. Will it be done? He knew that this opponent was not the best choice for her. When the girl realized it, her heart froze with disappointment. She realized that she could not even assume that it could have a connection with the various energy of qi. Although she got the answer to her question, her curiosity only increased, and she was stuck to ask one more. However, it seemed that the young man who stood in silence did not even imagine how difficult it was. The girl explained that he was in mind the irresponsible young man he burned. He called himself the Lord of Fire and Lightning, and our hero, mocking, forced him to burn in his own flame. Asked why she was so cruel, the girl replied that a normal person would probably never do so. Everyone who witnessed this scene undoubtedly remained in a state of shock. At this point, the boy realized why his brother, Jin Pan, sought to stay with him alone, and why in the brigade, in his presence, there was always a tension. The territory belonged to the white faction of the islands, and his behavior resembled the actions of the Dark Emperor, which contrary to his own principles and norms. However, despite all this, he smiled and decided to forgive himself. At first, he ignited the fire. He told the girl that he was able to kill her and her brother, and confessed that he was a real criminal. When so many lives are threatened, why should he sympathize with such a person as he is? The girl could not disagree. Death was really fair. No matter if you are a good person or bad, she will meet you equally. Is it worth distinguishing the way to punish between good and evil people? According to our hero, criminals should suffer before death. He considers it fair, honest, and righteous. At this point, the girl lost the gift of language. She was fascinated by the boy, trying to guess his age, and he seemed her peer but thought as if her father. Akin noticed an important detail. Aura Boy echoed the wisdom of his elder man. However, contrary to the impression, he reported that he was only 18. Then the girl asks why he always has such a gloomy look, as if he lived at least 2 lives. Hearing these words, the guy reluctantly begins to understand what the girl jokes. He says nothing, but thinks that the time will come when his brother will understand everything. Despite all the circumstances, he still receives support from this man. And this picture, where he stands over his brother, which is exhausted by the poison, which he was treacherously poured into him, remains in his thoughts. A girl who wants to escape states that he hates him with all her heart. However, the guy insists that she should take steps to help bring her brother back and redeem her guilt. She jokingly sends him wherever, emphasizing that he is older than him. Calling to treat her as a senior sister, he receives only silence from the hero. 2 days later, gathering in Einen, in the city of Einen, they were all ready for the ceremony. The Hawks, accompanied by Hawks, arrived at the ceremony in time and full composition. The Hawk commander stressed that they have already arrived, and it was time to sleep with horses. Liga first jumped off his horse and quickly headed to the door. He knocked and said, "If someone is here, please open." A minute later, the door was slowly opened, finding that there were already people who were waiting. In the center of the room was an obese man, and his subordinates stood around. He wondered if it was a Green Mountain clan. The Hawk commander confirmed that this is really the case, and introduced himself as a tire responsible for escort. Looking at, the man of the prominent physique introduced himself as the Khan of the Mon from the Sichuan clan, emphasizing that it is true for him to meet the brave warriors of the Yin clan. As a steel poisonous dragon from Kohoman's clan, Seunjan caught the boy's gaze, and he quickly realized that a person is incredibly familiar to him after Seun. It seems to him that he has seen this face before. For some reason, he does not like this motionless face, and he is not sure that this man is really from the Tang clan. Our hero states that this person looks familiar, but he cannot remember where and when he met her. Barely glanced at the boy's face, Hedzin realized that he was the one who in his past life has won him in such an unexpected way using a special technique. His energy broke through the Hedzin's heart through, taking his life and forcing him to be reborn in his youth. Our hero grabbed the heart while the restless memories catch up with him. His goal is to take revenge on Quan for the treacherous betrayal at the most visible moment of his existence. Hyunjin casts his gaze on the crowd and notices the son of Fatty, the same traitor who once deprived of his life. As a delegation, the Hawk Detachment commander represents the young master of Clan Yen, Hajin, and his brother Chong Peng as prominent warriors of their guild. At this point, the head of the Dragon clan recalls that he has heard a lot about their feats. The head of the clan waves his hand and asks which of them is the second young master, because he heard that this second stands out with his extraordinary skill and talent, especially as a left-hander. His candid statement was concerned about everyone in the delegation. Particularly excitement was the mention of the hawk of John Pena Hawks. The unhappy commander calls them to follow etiquette, reminding that they are the leaders of the tire detachment. The young wizard is not provoked. Instead, going ahead, he invites everyone to join the meal because he is hungry. Dinner proved to be more attractive than any quarrel, and the clan Yan, under the leadership of the Shin's leader, strongly heads forward without looking back. The clan Shin leader watches the crowd that goes by and realizes that they are treated with the same rudeness. He stands next to his son. Both feel completely ignored. Although Hyunjin was rude, his son notices that his father's appearance is hidden with great courage. Young Jan-san from the Sich Hwantang clan is anxious to look at Hyajin. He is aware that he has crossed the line in his actions regarding the Tang clan. He closely monitors the departure of the delegation of the Yen clan, reflecting on how a future meeting between the heirs will be. From that moment, we will move 2 days ahead to the banquet hall, where the heirs will gather. In a cozy courtyard, 2 chunky men are happy to welcome their longtime acquaintance, who, to their surprise, has become incredibly beautiful. They are surprised as it is a fleeting time from their last meeting. Hetson looks forward and sees the members of the Pen clan, who recently won the Hefe. They are dressed in red and white. They radiate a confident face. The girl, talking to them, notes their completeness, explaining it with abundant meals. Our hero, watching this stage in the banquet hall, recalls that he saw them a day earlier. When he greeted them, they shook his hand firmly. Smiling, they gladly introduced themselves to Dae Ho and shook Hyen Heigen's hand, emphasizing how nice it is for them to know him. Meanwhile, our hero managed to feel their internal energy, which was significantly different from the one that he had to find. The girl who communicated with them was the daughter of Lan Moen and felt uncertain about such influential men. Recalling his past life, Hyejin mentally returns to the Moen and Elder clan, who headed this clan. It was he who ambushed at the Hugh Kina in the Commonwealth. It was when he sat down to rest near the stone, the old man suddenly plunged into his heart. It happened in the past life, and now there is no such danger. Hedzin should not be distracted by such insignificant thoughts, especially at this point. Nevertheless, there is only one clan that he has not explored. This is a clan of Min. Does Hedzin have their influence? At the banquet, he carefully studies all present, but does not find any representative of the Moen clan. From afar, a girl with gorgeous hair is carefully watched by him, who persistently searches for Hedzin. Suddenly, she saw him among the crowd and realized in surprise that she finally found the one who she wanted for so long. This charming girl impresses everyone around her determination and dedication in search of Gedjin. Meanwhile, in the clan, Gan Yun, named Hen, is easy to enjoy alcohol and flirts with girls, inviting them to joint leisure. When Hen was going to talk to the girls, his attention was attracted by a beautiful stranger. At the very moment he saw her, he could not take his eyes, because she was absent in his life for so many years. Leaving the Society of Magic Ladies, he went to her. Going closer, he noted that she is already welcome and flirts with someone else. At this point, the girl approached Hedzin, who recognized her and said, "Are you again?" To which she answered with a smile, "Well, I was not 2 days." Watching the girl joyfully congratulates Hedzin, Kon felt embarrassment. When Hedzin asked her to stop following him, explaining that he was busy, Kion was extremely disappointed. Kion was surprised why such a charming girl from the prestigious clan spent time with that non-evaporating hedge. Within 10 minutes, the girl invited Hedzin to go a snack. They found a cozy place and started a conversation. She was passionate about the martial arts skill of the Yen clan. Hedzin noted that this is not worth praising, because although he has a thorough technique, he still seeks to become stronger. The girl did not refrain from praise of his modesty. She realized that he was so very strong, but Hedzin sought to become the most powerful in the world. The guy's words were struck by the girl. "It is better to strive for perfection than to be satisfied with the mediocrity," he said, while Hen watched them from a distance. Hearing these words, Hen realized that the clan of Yus Gang was standing one step from the status of the most powerful in the world. Jin continued the conversation with the girl, noting that there were no invincible in the world. Everyone has the opportunity to constantly improve. The girl agreed, but still emphasized that there is one person that can undoubtedly be considered the strongest in the world. She remembered the emperor of 4 fields of battles, capable of incredible actions, which in her imagination stood on the mountain of the bodies of her fallen enemies. "It is a legendary warrior who headed a bloody cult 3 centuries ago," she says. Hedjin laughed, because his name sounded a little childish. The legend tells that the emperor of the 4 martial arts sought the status of the strongest in the world, because he had perfectly owned 4 basic martial arts that allowed him to be impeccably attacked, defended, and evaded. She added, "He is so powerful that he defeated the Golden Dragon and received the title of Emperor of the Golden Dragon." The girl, crossing her hands, confessed that she still considers it an overly optimistic view of the situation. However, Hetson understood that attack, protection, evasion, and 4 styles of martial arts actually described the techniques of 4 guards. Qi, the Golden Dragon, is the highest embodiment of the arts of 4 dragons. He rose, realizing that the emperor may have inherited the technique of 4 guards. As soon as he got up, a guy from the Dragon clan, which they saw earlier, approached them. The young man was amazed at how well they spend time. He looked around instantly and noticed an unoccupied chair. He approximately approached them and unceremoniously took a place next to a charming girl trying to become part of their company. However, their company was not ready to accept this guy. They avoided conversations with him, but his confidence and arrogance caused inconvenience in communication. The girl kept straight, confused, and did not know what words to find. However, when the girl recognized him, she decided to allow him to stay. So, all 3 gathered at one table, but there is no conversation between them. To discharge the intense atmosphere, the girl decided to present the guy sitting opposite. However, the leader of the Dragon clan was already aware of his identity. He says further, stating that his goal is not in dating, and persistently avoids Hedjin's attention. The girl looks at the boy and feels as if she had come on something disgusting. The guy puts the cup on the table and insists that the girl will pour tea to him. She makes his request with the form of consent, but she really does not plan to top up. Suddenly he throws his glass with a slight click. The glass flies to her, but she cleverly reflects her back in his direction. Smiling, she says, "Treat tea." However, the guy persistently asks that she still has tea. The girl stubbornly refuses and remains adamant, categorically rejecting his request. He points to Hygen and notes that she just poured tea for this young man, but she realizes that Hygen is her friend. Quan tries to stop his unceremonious jokes, assuring a girl that he can also be her friend. However, she notes his excessive rudeness and rejects his offer. At that moment, they felt mutual understanding, but none decided on rudeness. Kunan saw the girl shining, and it lit a fire in him. Aken only smiled gently, hoping that Kunan would soon understand his needlessness here and would go away. Quan lifted a glass over her head and said to the girl, "You are really special. Unlike other girls, you are not at all like humble and boring." Hen did not immediately understand what he was bowing to, but these words caused her suspicion. At this point, the girlfriend Hen, who was watching the events, was closely approaching Kunan from behind and demanding that he stop immediately. "You should not interfere with someone else's relationship. This is a bad idea. Get up and go away. Hang advised." Kunan noticed that Hang was behind and warned him not to do so. He explained what a strong tank clan is, so security is in the first place. At the same time, Hang came from the clan by Gal. Suddenly, a member of the Dragon clan rose from his place. He looked directly into the eyes of Hen and said that the King of Swords could not be compared to the Heavenly King. Hen, however, did not understand who was discussed. Hee-Gin looks at 2 rifles and thinks that they look like young children who compete in which one is steeper. Both try to prove that they are the most powerful in the world, creating unnecessary vanity from the empty space. The third person suddenly intervenes in their dispute with a mocking remark, "Only stupid can consider themselves the most powerful." He confidently claims that in the presence of the Mean Clan, they are all shadows. People who witnessed this scene were stunned by the unexpected appearance of a new figure. Hyunjin feels his hand trembles from awareness of who this man is. The third young master of the Mean's clan, named Horim, appears unexpectedly and states that they are not entitled to be called the strongest clan in the presence of real powerful families. Where did this guy come from? No one saw him here. It slowly goes the stairs down. There is a powerful plume of force and energy of chi. All at the ceremony are fascinated by his movements, not able to look away from his impressive appearance. Korim had incredible power, and his appearance at the moment when the boys argued struck all those present. Han, seeing Horima, fell silent, and he noted that their strength could grow significantly if they belonged to the Hangal or Moen clan. Standing at the table, he cast a negligent look at two guys, as if they were no more valuable than garbage. He noted that he recognizes the power of all these clans, but the Tang clan for him is just a matter of mockery. Hearing such words, the representative of the Dragon clan exploded with anger, outraged by a neglect. Acute tension reigned between them, and no one could predict future events. The young man hoped that Korim would apologize, so he asked to make sure that he really said. Korim just smiled and noted that one should not speak lightly about who is the strongest in the world. Kun-an stable so much that it was obvious to everyone around. Korim noted that allowing the emotions to take the mountain, Kun-a only demonstrates his weakness and advised him to calm down. But it was too late. The energy of chi quickly filled every cell of the boy's body, and all his aura shined with a bright chakra light. Without hesitation, he proudly directs his gaze to the Tang clan and decisively rushes to the attack on the choir. Seeing that a fierce fight is rising on the horizon, the girl seeks to protect her friend Hedjin, who is innocently found between two opponents. Suddenly, a cup flew like a ball and hit someone. The cup struck the choir in her hand, irrigating it with water, and flew to the wreckage. Chorm bends, lifting the debris, and looks at them in surprise, not understanding how the cup could be so unexpectedly in his hand. Kunan is burning from indignation, thinking about who unceremoniously interrupted their conversation. Meanwhile, Hedjin, sitting quietly at the table, switched the attention of two grumpy men. Taking her hand, he lifted her and, apologizing, confessed that he was wrong. Hod smiled, hearing the word mistake from Hedjin. Horny squeezed the wreckage of glass in his hands, not believing that it was just an accident. He was convinced that it was an attack. When Hedjin looks into the eyes of Host, he realizes that he deliberately provokes him. Their views met, and Hungin, while maintaining dignity, did not reveal any weaknesses. Chorm suddenly laughed, saying that Jan's Heen was an extremely funny young man. With interest, he asks which clan belongs to Hungin. However, our hero evades the answer. Kichin recommends that Horim focus on the person he is dealing with, and everyone looks at Kunan. Embered hatred, a powerful chakra begins to emerge from Kunan. He exclaims to Hyajin, "Hey, a scoundrel from the clan, if you are so inadvertently interfering in our affairs." "Then I first shorten your age," Kunan exclaimed with a rage filled with energy and rushed at our hero. And the 11th Jin sits quietly without touching anyone, but no one will understand why everyone suddenly decided to touch him. Going closer, Kunan asks Hedjin if he wants to meet death. At this point, he intimidates the Hedjin, promising that even a wet place will remain from him and that he will be torn into pieces. However, Hedjin seems indifferent to these threats. Suddenly, only for a moment after Kunan shouted on the clan, a glass flew into his head. Humiliation. The glass hits the head, leaving it unconscious. Everything around begins to rotate, and it saves Kunan from a further attack. Hyachin dares to contact the Moen clan. He straightens his shoulders, and approaches the villain. Hen, standing nearby, tries to quench Hyajin, assuring him that there is no point in complicating the situation. Hen adds that their thoughtless actions can jeopardize trust in all clans. When Hurim and Hinjin faced, they both made the impression of strong and confident. But our hero only stood up to find out whether this scoundrel is reminiscent of his past, which he had doubts. Hyajin decided to find out Horim's intentions, trying to feel his energy. He started a dialogue to understand that he was worried, because Horim's energy seemed unusual to him. Instead, Korim began to show the great power of this clan Moen. Our hero also sought to challenge the opponent and launch his hidden technique. This technique filled the whole space and was ready to destroy the thief at any moment, but Hejin was a careful check. Feeling energy, Hojni realized that Hejin was reading him. Korim, remaining stationary, sought to apply his chakra to influence the Hejin and then turned on the protective equipment. Hejin reacted instantly because he saw in such actions extremely great disgusting. Jean Mister wanted to stop his brother but realized that it was better to stay away. Meanwhile, the girl stopped Gina and advised to stay away from the brothers. Her brother firmly stated, "If you do not intervene now, something serious may happen." She understood his fears, but she could not comprehend what was happening between Hejin and Horim. She understood one thing: nothing will be able to restrain a person with such an icy look as in Horim. Kunan's father approaches him and tries to wake him up to make sure he is no longer sleeping. All this time, Kunan was unconscious, and his relatives tried carefully to wake him up, checking whether he was in order. He grabbed his head, and when he was asked what happened, he felt the anger of his angry. Gradually realizing that no one really touched him, he realizes that his pain is endless. Recognizing his status as a legitimate member of the Tang clan and felt ashamed of beating a regular cup on his head, he is again filled with anger. His anger grows. It seems that it is no longer possible to stop him. Seeing Hejin, who humiliated him, he activates 3 Yang. Activating his strength, he goes to 2 guys, but his real goal is the Hejin, which he intends to destroy. The brother tries to stop Kunana, shouting, "Kinjin, be careful!" Kunan, murmuring under his nose, is treacherously approaching the flank, preparing to attack Hungin unexpectedly. Going closer, Kunan raises his hand with the intention of killing Hejin, without leaving the thoughts of the murder. Filled in rage, he tries to hit our hero in his back. After focusing all the power, the representative of the Dragon clan rushes to the Hejin, but he easily avoids attack. Not only does it avoid the impact, but it also has time to grasp the attacker by the hand and remove it so powerfully that to hear how the iron rust creaks. At that moment, Kunana engulfed such an unbearable pain that he was unable to calm. Realizing that there is a threat to lose his hand, he suddenly realizes that it is the case of the hands of the same villain. He tries to counter, collecting chakra into his only unharmed left hand. As soon as he strikes the nape of Hejin, it is immediately heard as one of the bones cracked. Moreover, it is not just a bone. The shoulder of Kunana breaks instantly and cracks. In his eyes, incredible surprise is reflected, because the shoulder could be lost in a moment. Our hero, Hejin, enveloped in the mystical aura of 20 northern paradise walls that filled the space. It is activated just when Kunan is preparing to strike. Kunan falls on his knees in front of Hejin, pouring tears. His emotions are raging, and tears with snot fly in different directions. Hejin, holding his hand, looks at him with distrust, as if there is a real fool in front of her, and waits for his answer. Having swirled her eyes, Kichin notes that Kunan is uncontrollably frightened, barely mastering himself. Hechin becomes not on his own scene. Hechin seeks to kill Kunan, but something in his soul does not allow it to do it. From the darkness, the Emperor appears, its embodiment from the past life, and speaks to him. The Emperor educates the Hejin with the light of ancient power, emphasizing that now is not a moment for revenge. He draws the attention of Hejin to the fact that, despite the circumstances that have developed, this is not a moment for revenge. Having realized the words of the Emperor, Hejin realizes that it is time to focus on important things. His goal is to find someone who destroyed his village and killed the whole family. Hejin releases the hand of the frightened windowhead and meets Arena, who carefully monitors his every movement. Arin watches how the third young master of the clan Min is losing control of emotions in the eyes of all. Our hero stands adamant, radiating strength and balance. It retains calm, restraining his anger and great power that he could put into effect. Heejin reaches out to Arena, inviting him to play with the third presenter. These words surprised everyone in the hall, but Aaron kept calm. Arena seemed ridiculous that Hitchin decided to turn to him. As the heir of the Green Horizon clan, he wondered if he understood the proposal correctly. Showing his hand, he stated that as the oldest among those present, he wanted to express his gratitude. He points to a guy who lost control, calling him a crazy dog that spoils the atmosphere. Some people bring him out of his knees. However, Arim emphasizes that it is time to complete this conflict. Arim emphasizes that they are not themselves here, and many could have fun with Hedjin. However, he proposes to leave it for then and drink together first. However, Hedjin interrupts him, noting that he is too long. Arim is angry, not realizing how Hedjin could so boldly interrupt him. The hero replies that if Arim cannot act, he will take the first step himself. Due to its incredible power of static singularity, Hedjin moves as if it walks on the water, creating a stunning sight. He not only leaves a trace on the water, but also an intriguing mystery of his intentions. The young man in front of him cannot understand what is happening, as he has never encountered something like that. Heejin is slowly approaching, and anxiety grows inside. His nerves are stretched to the edge like strings, and dissonance prevails in the soul when he tries to grasp what it can lead to. Hitchin stops in front of Arena, absorbing his gaze at a crucial moment. It moves, combining leisure and speed, fixing Arena with the view of the winner. Although the battle has not yet begun, the fight was already impeded. Aaron, notwithstanding the tension, the first attacks Hedjin. He skillfully evades her blows. In a moment, he activates strokes with a steel chain that rolled down on Hedjin. However, Gedjin skillfully reflects every blow, confidently stopping them. Viewers, fascinated by the spectacle, are aware that continuous attacks of the steel chain are quite predictable and exhaustive. Everyone is fascinated by the art of battle that uses Hachjin from the Yen clan. They want to know how he was so virtuously blocking these attacks. In the decisive moment, Heejin applies 30 fists of the Yen clan, a simple but incredibly effective martial art of their kind. Once Arma's blow has reached his hand, Heejin skillfully pair him, throwing Arena back. The battle gradually switches under the control of our hero Heejin, who holds his positions persistently. It quickly causes a cross stroke with a leg that enters the elbow of Arma, with great force. Although Arima manages to block the blow, the powerful force still repels him sideways. A cloud of dust came from the collision of two powerful rivals into the air. Understanding the effects of a blocked blow, Arim feels that something is not fine with his hand. Looking at his hand, he begins to suspect that he may have broken her, understanding how he did inadvertently acted. The guy watches the Hungan, which radiates the powerful energy of the Yen clan, and is aware that it is facing a real monster. Meanwhile, Hedjin notes that Arim has not yet posted all his trumps on the table. Feeling excitement from the duel, Hygen asks Armim how much he plans to play this game. Gathering his fist, Hedjin turns to Armim, hinting that the events will become more fierce. It demonstrates energy fragments that smoothly fold into a mysterious puzzle in front of his opponent. In order to reveal his true essence, he needs to call a rival to fight, declaring that he is about to destroy it. Only then will he show all his skills. Arim looks at him and notices his overconfidence. She will turn big problems for him, he warns. Suddenly, several pumped guys exclaimed, "Stand!" So, the boys find themselves in the circle of fencers, who gradually close them from all sides. They were specially surrounded to put a whole festive gathering on a smile. Their behavior in such circumstances is inappropriate. They would stop without hesitation, because a group of soldiers will not allow them to do anything. At this point, a wave of rivalry flashes between them. They look at each other like prey. We will find out what it all completes. Thank you for your attention and invite you to subscribe to the channel so that we can create even more interesting stories and give you joy. Thank you. When the boys were surrounded by armed soldiers, they demanded silence during the sacred holiday, when the fights between the clans were strictly forbidden. However, unsuccessful misunderstandings did not allow the boys to find peace. The oldest of the boys decided to intervene. Although he intended to teach the rude to good manners, he realized that his actions were on the verge of allowed. He stopped to warn the eldest man. This sign conceived the owner, although his indifferent look did not give any doubt about the correctness of his actions. The young man continued to address the words of the hedgehog, calling him a criminal for arranging an unprecedented rigid confrontation at a historical gathering where no one has ever weighed such a candid boldness. In his view, the hedgehog made surprisingly boldly, deciding to attack someone who could repel. The outraged young man could not calm down because the high ancestral disregardedly ignored his claims. The Gal clan controlled the situation, preventing the transformation of the conflict into a true clash. The young man was wondering how much we would underestimate his clan. Suddenly, the female voice interrupted his cries, urging to stop and not blame everyone around. Looking around to understand who dared to resist him, he saw a charming girl who fearlessly approached almost close to prevent the worst. Behind her was a hedgehog, which she fearlessly defended. Hen looked into his eyes relentlessly, outraged by the fact that he called her a child, given that it was an official meeting where it was important to follow etiquette. At that moment, the hen suddenly rapped from shame because his unsuccessful attempts only complicated her. The girl decided to take the initiative and explain everything from her point of view, revealing what was really going on. She pointed to Mr. Tannen's son, who suddenly violated the peaceful course of the event, adding a touch of tension to all present. Although Tanyan's son lay nearby, exhausted by the accusations, the clan representative Gal asked the girl why she insisted on accusations against the young Mr. Een, because it was obvious that he did not initiate the conflict. Instead of stopping Mr. Tanga's attack on Menon, she waved, calling it all this. The girl expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that they ignored Mr. Hedgen's explanation. Gedjin raised his hands, realizing his mistake, and was ready to admit it. The hero stopped, acknowledging the need to apologize to the mean. The girl was convinced that she was in truth, and without shame she showed it before everyone. Mian only shrugged, not understanding the complex logic of a girl who seemed confusing to him. Once in the center of the conflict, the girl explained to the audience, as far as she knows, the Green Mountain clan, to which Yen belongs, does not have a secret weapon-throwing technician. He only wanted to ask Mr. Tan, but accidentally missed. She turned to Hedjin, a member of the Ina clan, assuming that he was partly involved in the war. She asked him to clarify what happened between them. Jin met her gaze with an expression of rage on her face without going to give any explanation, because his motives remained personal. The girl hoped that her words would be able to soften the situation and reassure the conflict. However, the situation has not improved. Jin remained angry, and only the intervention of his brother, who strongly pinched him by his hand, stopped him from further negative actions. Jean turned instantly and, to his surprise, came across a familiar face, his brother, to whom he felt a deep affection. It became clear from his expression, it is necessary to stop, because the situation has already come out of control. He sighed with a heavy heart, getting rid of the recent images and anger that appeared between them. The hero turned away to review his actions and how not his decision was considered. Watching the crowd, he realized that, finding an occasion for action, he lost self-control, and his intentions looked too aggressive. There was no other way out than to admit it and to apologize to the Means clan, confessing that the rumors of their power were true. He acknowledged that the desire to learn from this boy was the cause of conflict. Therefore, I decided to apologize sincerely, asking the words of forgiveness. Ming watched him as an uncontrolled warrior, but at the same time recognized his victory and accepted this situation with understanding. All this time, Jean has tried to relieve the tension, joke about the heavy atmosphere, and reminding his father's guidance to always think before the actions. But as it turned out, he forgot to follow this advice again. The guy scratched his back, realizing that he would be severely punished and holding a 3-day fast if his father learns about today's adventures. everyone around his words as a joke. Aken laughed at his joke, flirting flirtingly, which only attracted his gaze more. We did not like it from the clan of us gal. He had sympathy for a girl who showed attention to another whom the guy considered a scoundrel. Hekin, trying to remedy the situation, suggested that he drink at his account at the tomorrow's feast, so he wanted to apologize for the inconvenience that he caused today. He would be glad if the audience forgave him for their impolite. But suddenly, a large man came out of the crowd, who called it a careless act. The man resolutely approached Hedjins, put his hands on his sides, and focusing his eyes in his eyes, said, "What do you need, Mr. Wareho?" Mr. DeHo notes that for the judge of his physique of 1 cup, the liquor will be not enough. He suggested that everyone at the tomorrow banquet to drink to the exhaustion, promising that if the owner stands until the end, he would consider the opportunity to forgive him. Kiechin, smiling, agreed, because he had no choice. Everyone was looking forward to the holiday, admiring the courage of the leader of the Yen clan. But the representative of the clan Nile was left alone, beaten with a surprise and confusion. He heard people discussing this scoundrel and the situation that made him a smile. Gennady cannot understand how everything turned so that the situation slipped out of his control, and he became extreme in this story. Watching Hedjin and men, he realized that he saw their main rivals in them, but still had enough time to take action. In the yard of the clan of the Poisonous Dragon, a strong guy approached him and asked who he was. Right in the yard, 2 clan leaders tied the conversation, while the culprit of all events lay on the earth in knockout, helpless and defenseless. The next day, a local meeting took place at the restaurant. People postponed things, gathered at the tables to enjoy the food and have a good time together. Hiengin also enjoyed this meeting, having fun with everyone, until a man approached him. The man called himself a Chusen, the captain of the security service, and had a very serious look. Chusen strictly turned to Keolin, demanding honesty. He insisted that he should leave the city before the banquet. Hearing that the guard went with his brother, John Panny threw the spoon on the table. "You are too cruel to my brother," John said to the guard. "If so bold, try again." However, the Chusan remained firm, once again emphasizing that the brothers should leave this place before the celebrations at noon. The representative of the Hangul clan, who watched the events, could not hide pleasure. The brothers would leave a feast. He lifted a glass of alcohol to celebrate this good news. The guard did not retreat, planning to deploy a powerful psychological attack. Hedjin set aside the sticks, feeling the voltage from the guards. Desperately trying to quench the growing tension, he asked the guard again if he actually insisted on his departure. The guard confidently said that it was really his desire, but Hedjin still insisted on explanations. The guard noted that numerous events from the past burdened the Hedjin, turning his past into a burden. As responsible for the order, the guard decided that Hedjin should not be in the meeting. However, John Penn could not hide his indignation, because they had already solved this problem yesterday. He could not let this brag tell them what to do. Hedjin said he intends to apologize at today's banquet to try to resolve the conflict peacefully. However, the security guard pointed to Hedjin, noting that his behavior was suspicious, so some will not be enough. After that, he left quietly, without stopping lunch. Hedjin, while keeping peace, showed that the security guard may have doubts yesterday's actions and does not fully understand their consequences. After these words, the guard decided to leave, but left the caveat: if they do not leave the party voluntarily, he will have to expel them with force. Ivan Pan, outraged by such boldness, decided to act. He stated that this scoundrel had the slightest right to throw his brother. "You are just a guard of 1 clan," he said, emphasizing the abuse of power. "You can't violate the rights of other clans on this feast," John Pan insisted, demanding justice. The guard only smiled mockingly, noting that John Penn has no sufficient experience and does not understand the whole picture. The whole meeting was organized by the Gal clan, and every guest here is due to a personal invitation from us. It means, he explained, this means that we may not let the unwanted persons who may interfere with the meetings, the guard added, emphasizing his responsibility for supporting the order. Our chief intended to resolve yesterday with the sincere intentions. However, I'm not as simple as you could think. I am not going to silence the main cause of trouble." The guard firmly stated his plan. Hench, sitting nearby, heard the guard thought about expelling those who did not like him. He rejoiced, imagining how these people would soon be expelled from the feast. Kichin stopped, looking thoughtfully at his brother. He reasoned how best to protect their rights and maintain dignity in this difficult situation. Hedzin took the sticks that reached the plate again and again. He carefully raised a piece of delicious dinner to his brother's mouth, trying to reassure him. "Eat while the dish is still warm. It is impossible to miss food through a dog bark," Hedzin said, trying to cheer his brother. Hearing he was called a dirty, stinking dog, the guard's face was skewed by rage. Hedzin did not stop jokes over the guard, heating the already tense atmosphere. The guard once again approached their table and strongly hit the floor, attracting the views of all visitors. "Repeat what you said," ordered the guard. Hedzin only replied that he became uncomfortable with all this noise. Perhaps this dog is so rushing out and barking because he's just hungry. He needs the master to reassure and take it away, Hedzin joked, focusing on abusive statements. The ceremony has never felt such a lack of respect for all of his service. He is not able to tolerate more. He grabbed the sword, ready for the attack. "You will go, Hedzin, even if I am forced to use force," his threat came. Hen appeared impeccably behind and cleverly grabbed the guard by his hand, stopping his sword. He unobtrusively noted that the leader of the detachment is not over to the face. "It is not necessary to be angry because we all gathered here for the holiday," he said calmly, holding the guard's sword in his hand. Seeing the Khan, the Hetson cheerfully exclaimed, "Here is the owner of this hungry, stinking dog." He smiled and looked at the guard. At the nearest table sat a man, listening carefully to everything that happens, and eaten persistently, absorbing food in large pieces. He chewed so loud that the crumbs flew from his mouth, looked a little careless, and resembled homeless. The man watched the fuss and realized that the meeting was gaining momentum and turning into serious problems. He was annoyed by the situation. It was during the ceremony that he sought to become the center of attention, but because of these people, it was completely ignored. Focusing on a young master who attracted his attention, he swung his eyes. He heard of his victory over Maban and sought to see how this guy would work now. Khan went to the table and, without holding back emotions, told Hadzin, as he had just humiliated the captain of the guard of the clan of Usgal. Our hero did not really consider the guard the greatest threat, but still felt destructively because of their verbal fight. Hedzin thought Khan was turning his subordinate into a pseudo-exercise because he was afraid to openly join him. Kian was angry with these accusations because he was absolutely not afraid of Hedzin. Watching how Khan restrains his anger because of his older sister, he concluded that a real warrior had to challenge his own without involvement of the Posapak. So he expected a duel directly from Hane. The statement was deeply impressed by Gennady, because he himself saw the cruelty and unexpectedness of these words in his eyes. Hearing these words, people around realized the truth of the accusations. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Hearing this, Khan felt the insult to our sister, Gal's son Hva, who was now at a banquet, overwhelmed his mind, enhancing aggression. In anger, he ordered the Hungan to stop dissolving rumors, emphasizing that he would never issue such an order. Discussion of this issue in humans is a humiliation for his clan. Huhin, smiling, asked, "Do you claim that you did not order? Then I hope you will not deny if I give a lesson to your guard for disrespect for another clan." At that moment, Khan realized that Hedzin caught him on the word, ahead of their game. Sitting at a table with a smile, Hedzin suggested, "Maybe I will teach your guard manner myself because I am also a young master and have the right to defend my clan." This misunderstanding went too far, and Hen realized that it would be extremely difficult to get out of this situation with honor. The security commander intervened in the conversation and stated that he was ready to fully take responsibility for the actions of his subordinates. "I settle this situation myself," he said, intending to expel Hedzin if he continues to provoke him. Instead, Hedzin suggested having a duel to finally find out the relationship on equal terms. I will study this guard, and this will not hurt our intercludal workout. A good atmosphere may appear during the duel that will help us become friends, Hedzin said. The commander of guard, though without a great desire, still accepted the call to the duel because he did not have another way out, and he could not retreat from his words. Guests at the table realized that this duel could have unpredictable consequences. He intended to take this opportunity to surprise and impress his former opponent Mai-chan. The girls, sitting aside, monitored the events and realized that although Chukon was a simple warrior, something much more was hidden in it. This situation has caused tension, but at the same time opened Hygen and Khan the opportunity to lift their relationship to a new level and check their hand at an honest match. He was considered one of the strongest warriors, gaining glory that he conquered a third of all the bandits in Cathay, the city where they were now. The girl turned to Khan and asked John Pio to stop them until it is too late. John Pen, embarrassed, understood that it is almost unrealistic to stop them, especially when such high rates are at stake. Now, when the battle has come, we cannot retreat without protecting the honor of our brother, because if he is defeated, the honor of our home will be lost forever, he said. Aken suddenly jumped from the table, stating that he should stop Hedzin urgently and that he should rush. However, his brother intervened up, proposing to go to the field in a hurry to watch the match instead of stopping Hedzin. He had already prepared her outfit for her, providing a duel. She suddenly dressed the outfit and said, "We will all meet on the battlefield." John Pen, putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, confessed that his sister was not easy, to which the guy in response said that with his brother is not easy. In a few minutes, everyone gathered in the training field. They were engulfed by the real excitement of the unexpected spectacle that happened, and the growing intrigue only exacerbated this feeling. The security service commander was convinced that he was easily overcome by Hedzin, considering his boldness nothing more than youthful passion. Hedzin, overflowing with determination, instantly pulled out his massive staff and confidently began to wave it, demonstrating his readiness for the fight. The military took a fighting position and provocatively demanded that the commander of the guards start the clash immediately. The guard commander, instead of an immediate attack, reached out and showed 3 fingers. He gave Hedzin the opportunity to take 3 beats. He did not understand the gesture at first, but suggested that he was offered 3 attempts to attack. The guard commander confirmed, explaining that as a temporary head of the Department of Fencers of the Great Clan, we are Gal, he, in respect for the title and skill of his opponent, gives him 3 attempts to attack. For Hedzin, this proposal seemed meaningless, because he used to win opponents much more powerful than present. Therefore, this situation caused him only an ironic smile. Gedjin and his opponent took combat positions. The blow was the first to get Gedjin, so he had to quickly consider further steps and choose the appropriate tactics. Putting his eyebrows, the hero looked at the surrounding environment carefully, comparing him with the plan of action, which he had already formed in his head. Hedzin launched an attack with a threatening appearance, but the inner voice suggested that he was not worth a hurry. Having made the decision to change tactics, he switched to defense. He negligently lowered the sharp long sword on his shoulder, having prepared for a probable counterattack. This maneuver embarrassed the hostile captain when he realized Hedzin did not intend to attack the first. "I changed the decision," said Hedzin briefly, increasing the stress in the duel. At the same moment, Hedzin swung, and his long dagger crashed, releasing the streams of dark energy. "Are you ready to be responsible for your words?" Hedzin asked sternly. The commander retreated, realizing that if he drops the sword before the 3rd blow of Hedzin, his head will fly from his shoulders, pouring everything around red paint. After Hedzin's passionate speech and his amazing maneuvers, the audience froze in the nimble of a maze, shocked by an unexpected turn of events. However, the elders were most amazed at Hedzin's skill. He was not only evidenced by his excellent physical form, but also about deep knowledge of the martial arts. Some viewers, holding their breath, for the first time watched the skill and unique technique of coin mud. Hang, realizing that his friend and defender were threatened, he shouted desperately, hoping to draw his attention in a loud voice. However, the head of the Sun clan was so impressed with the skill of Hezin that he could not look away by solidifying his mouth open. Suddenly, before his eyes, everything blushed, and a huge axe appeared in front of him, as if created from the air. Hichzen quickly pushed away from the ground that cracked under his weight, opening the way for his first powerful blow. He did not intend to spare the enemy. A powerful stroke, like a lightning, struck the enemy, pouring the battlefield with a bright glow. The commander tried to repel the blow, exposing the block and hoping to stop the next attack. As soon as the Hedjin spear hit the captain's block, he clasped his teeth with pain and made every effort to hold back this powerful blow. It was difficult to keep such a powerful blow, and on the mouth of the audience there was a second question. Where did this young fighter come from, such an incredible force? However, Hedjin was not going to stop. He was preparing to hit again. This blow was even more saturated with rage and annoyance on the captain for his cheeky behavior. The captain skillfully avoided the blow because his power was so large that it could split the stone. The attack was so fast and unprecedented that it exceeded all the previous ones that the commander once had the opportunity to watch. Despite the fact that the captain escaped a direct blow, the power of the explosion still damaged his clothes. It was a great deal of the captain because he believed that such a power of the young fighter was unacceptable. The third stroke was the most unexpected. Dozens of sharp tips, imbued with dark energy, collapsed on the captain. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation and feeling the approach of a deadly threat, the commander realized that his life could break into any moment. Gathering the remains of courage, he firmly grabbed the sword and met the enemy's offensive, desperately fighting for survival. Meanwhile, the hero closely monitored the consequences of his attacks, waiting for the perfect moment to complete the fight. After reflecting the 3 huge blows of the Hachjin, the commander felt exhaustion and began to regret that he had admitted such a scope of battle. At this decisive moment, the situation became extremely dangerous for the commander, as his vigilance was almost lost. Despite the fact that the commander reflected the blows, his imagination unexpectedly drew a picture of his own body, which was littered with holes from unexpectedly cruel attacks. Gedjin's words that the commander had already died brought him to his senses. With a spear on his shoulders, Hedjin had already warned him, emphasizing the inevitable defeat. Hedjin promises that he will kill the commander if he does not stand the third blow. Hedjin decided to force the commander to answer his ill-advised words. The battle is raging, and Hedjin raises a spear for attack with new perseverance. At this point, the audience with the fading of the heart monitored the events of an incredible match. 2 powerful men with focused views carefully monitored the duel, realizing that the battle had become much more difficult than they first imagined. Looking at each other, they already realized who would be the winner in this battle. Hegin, as if in no way beat more powerful every time. The detachment commander was already on the verge of exhaustion due to these ruthless blows, which gradually destroyed his authority. He flew up faster than the swallow and strongly assembled with a weapon. His attack met with resistance. The commander was parked with a sword, but a powerful blow knocked the sword that hit the commander directly into the face, causing bleeding from his mouth. The general, stunned by a powerful blow, involuntarily reached for his head, as if on the verge of loss of consciousness. He barely weakened his attention. In his direction, a dark spear flew, heading straight to his head. The commander desperately tried to repel this sudden attack. However, the commander barely reflected the attacks, and Hedjin was rising, determined to finally dispel any hesitation of the captain. The commander uses the lazy donkey lightly, gracefully evading a deadly blow, as if conducting a dance with death. As if playing with danger, he feels adrenaline and barely restrained laughter from the joy that life is saved again. His face changes immediately, becoming harsh. He realizes that every subsequent movement can be crucial in this battle. The feeling of relief is absent. Instead, every muscle is tense, preparing for the inevitable collision. The commander considers himself carefully, reminding of his indomitability and grandeur. His sword shone with a new power, the energy of the quantity streaming through the blade, preparing to release his anger. He accepts the battle stable, decisively declaring his readiness to restore the battle and confirm his own advantage. Pride and duty encourage him to fight to the end, demonstrating the example of the courage to the entire subordinate composition. "It's time to find out who is a real warrior here," exclaims the commander with a decisive roar, ready to fight with any challenge. Suddenly, when he is focused on a new attack, a sudden powerful blow to the chest, forcing him to fly back at incredible speed. The pain from the impact was so unbearable that the commander did not restrain himself and exploded with an angry cry, crunching the opponent with the most rigid images. By burning hatred and rage, he lifts the sword over his head, ready to show his true power in a decisive attack. In a decisive moment, the young man suddenly throws a stone from the commander. Stone with great power involves the commander, effectively stopping his attack and forcing him to die. The guy then uses the three swords in the pursuit of life, a ruthless technique that leaves no chance to those who fall on his way. Hyojin was in the center of attack. Three powerful blows were approaching from different sides. He had to repel them with absolute strength and skill, because it was it that depended on his survival. The guy skillfully reflected every blow, but one of the attacks flew so close that he almost touched him. His brother, John Pan, shuddered for a moment, imagining that Hyojin had a serious blow because everything was hinted at this opportunity. Hyojin made a lot of maneuvering, evading a deadly blow, as if death herself was about to whine in his ear. The realization that the battle can end at any moment does not leave it. As always, the guy kept calm, responding easy to every new test. He focused all his energy by applying the technique of static singularity, which gave him the opportunity to stop time. This technique focused on the leg, giving it unique abilities, which gave great advantages in maneuverability. The commander, the enemy, was stunned by this magic, because for all his long life, he has never met anything like this. The commander tries to impress with the sword, trying to grab Hyojin by surprise. However, the invisible armor surrounding Hyojin prevented a powerful blow and prevents him from achieving the goal. The blow swept lightly and hit the commander's right side. Hyojin not only mastered the technique of a great warrior, but also skillfully managed all its subtleties. He mastered the art of 12 heavenly walls in the north, which protected him like an invulnerable shield. The blow of the commander seriously damaged his hand. The insightful pain pierced the body. Retreating, the commander realized that he was a real villain, who was just pretending to be a young man to hide his true power. Not only the young man, but also a powerful force that turns him from a regular opponent into a dangerous killer is hidden behind the mask of youth. This powerful power turns him into a deadly warrior capable of incredible acts, despite his young age. The commander burst into pain, feeling dislike and rage to the young man. Despite the fact that the hand almost refused, he was not going to give up. Having collected all his strength, he was ready to fight for the last to overcome this scoundrel, who became on his way. Hyojin squeezed a spear, ready for a decisive repel, seeking to end the battle with his victory. It was no longer a regular sword, but a powerful cold weapon saturated with chi energy, which glittered brightly in his hands. The commander bounced off the ground, turning on the equipment that had a powerful charge of air. Our hero moved forward, and his weapons, split, made the impression of many spears that flew to the commander rapidly. Two unsurpassed warriors, each with their unique style, are preparing for the last duel, where only one will survive. But suddenly the commander noticed that in the hands of Hyojin were not ordinary swords. It was the true art of the wild beast with huge, sharp teeth. They ruthlessly cut it from all sides. Every tooth, like a blade, ruthlessly pierced the skin, forcing the commander to feel burning pain. In this battle, Hyojin clearly won, flashing over the commander that he had fallen to the ground as if a dead body. His sword fell out of his hands, and his body denied obedience. At the same time, Hyojin stood unwavering, as if nothing had happened. The commander-in-law fell to the ground, but the inner force did not allow him to die immediately. Before the numerous crowd, he falls on his knees, spitting blood. Everyone realized that the powerful lord of the clan was devastating. The young man decided to end the battle of the captain's death. A fierce jerk rushed at the enemy with a spear. Everyone around them realized his mistake and, calling him to be ashamed, shouted to stop. At the same moment, a Chechen at incredible speed, like the wind, swept with a spear in his hands. The commander, on his knees, lost any hope of salvation. As soon as he noticed the edge of the eye, the shine of the blade directly in front of him, the commander realized that death was inevitably approaching. But unexpectedly, someone intervened, stopping the fatal strike of Hedjin. They were in front of them in a poor man, in poor clothes, like a homeless man, but it was he who stopped the devastating blow of Hedjin, saving the commander from death. The young man immediately recognized him and did not hide the surprise from his appearance. It turned out that this man was not just homeless. He headed the Union of Dragons, an outstanding personality in every sense of the word. The man was surprised that Hedjin recognized him, though he held the spear with both hands. The veins on his hands were protruding, testifying to a lot of tension. He turned to our hero, noting that he still played the role of the transmitter and his master is still in excellent condition. Taking a Hedjin blow, he noted his strength, but suggested that the fight stop and discuss the situation. The guy discharged the atmosphere, taking the spear aside, demonstrating his readiness for dialogue. At that moment, Hedjin rapidly rushed to the commander, who was already on his knees, realizing his inability to continue the fight. Hedjin asked the leader of the poor sect why he stopped the blow, because if he was wrong, his hand would fly away. The leader replied that it would only facilitate his begging in the future. Stopping the guy, the poor man was surprised that Hedjin knew him. He has never been to the territory of the clan and never met with him or his father. Hedjin has admitted that he had heard rumors that he was considered the future leader of the poor sect. The poor man just scratched his back, wondering why such rumors spread about such a common guy. Hellherd was mentioned that in his past life they often drank vodka together. It seemed that since then his friend has not changed at all. However, Hedjin met the god Duksana only after he became a dark emperor in his past life, and this happened much later than in the present. Duksan jokingly said that the loss of a hand was a fee for saving life, but in fact, he had never had to get here in the past. And so the hero realized, his actions are changing the present. I didn't even realize that if I had not visited the pavilion with tennis tunes, brother and sister could already be victims of Manga, and then the world would look different. The poor man interrupted him, pointing his finger in the direction where Hedjin had to go, and noted that they were waiting for him. Hedjin moved in a given direction. He noticed a crowd of viewers who were watching the brutal view of the boy. After all, he almost killed the commander, which was absolutely inhumane. People realized that Hedjin was not just a thief, but a one who thought more than a regular training match. Meanwhile, the commander lay, exhausted and broken, without any hope of climbing after a fierce battle. The hero realized that his actions puzzled everyone around. Although he planned to kill the captain, it did not explain his true intentions to people. It was unacceptable to this ceremony, and many were stunned by his statements. One of those present in the crowd raised his hand, instantly attracting the views of everyone around. It was a giant from the Dragon Clan who asked Hedjin to ask, "You don't think you went too far?" He noted, "Everyone believed that it was only a dispute, and you staged a deadly match. Was it really necessary?" We go to the room where the representative of the clan, which gathered everyone, is. He is far from the battlefield where his warrior was defeated. He watched the development of events from afar, feeling the tension increases. Humored with uncontrolled anger, Hen mercilessly destroyed the walls around. The wreckage of the destroyed masonry fell on the floor, emphasizing the power of his anger. He could not find a way to restrain his anger after the defeat of his warrior. He was painful to realize that this guy humiliated him in front of the girl he liked, named Aha. His despair had no limits. Considering himself, he felt his anger. His rage was so strong that he could not stop and continuously cut her on an innocent brick wall. The arrival of Hen and his servant on the battlefield revealed a terrible sight to them. Hen appealed to his faithful servant. At this crucial moment, Hen ordered the faithful servant to find out as soon as possible in which hospital his soldier was and immediately report it. The servant strongly struck himself in the chest, emphasizing his consent, and immediately rushed to perform the task. The guy tightly clasped his teeth, thinking about Gejin's scoundrel, and strongly promised himself that he would put an end to his life. Stood a beautiful sunny day. Gejin turned to the giant Pendaho. Penware was stunned by the request, because after the incident with the captain, he was covered by an insurmountable fear of being able to ensure. Hedzin handed over his stick to his brother. He could not understand why he received this staff from Hedzin. He asked the giant to teach him his brother. At first the giant disagreed, but Hedzin convinced him. He saw in a healthy rival for his gifted brother, who has not yet had equal opponents. The match of honor has already been completed. It is time to strengthen friendly connections. This is what we gathered. Hegin smiled, watching his brother, who remained impressed with the unexpected actions of the young man. Taking a stick in his hands, he dispelled all the gloomy thoughts. However, John Pina did not intend to waste a minute. He appealed to his brother Peng to become his mentor, and he gladly agreed. Everyone became interested in this idea and immediately began to promote it. Someone in the crowd even wanted to call a masters from the Zug clan to the competition. The hostess, in turn, looked at the health, also wanted to check how he changed in the martial arts. The young man approached the poor man and asked to learn from the master. The master laughed because the conflict was already behind and the tension disappeared. The master encouraged the guy who approached him, promising that together they would have a great time. Hichjin approached the boy and noted that their previous duel was unexpectedly interrupted. He proposed to continue now, assuring that there would be no problems this time. It was already the second attempt, and the young master decided to bring another failure in the battle. Everyone went to workouts on the playground, learning from each other and improving their skills. However, suddenly, the scream of battle reopened. Everyone froze, holding their breath. Is it repeated? Yes, this again, Hungin entered a fight with another representative of the mighty clan. Everyone surprised where the guy had so much strength, because he had competed with a powerful commander not so long ago. However, Hejin was indifferent. He strongly rushed at the guy with a stick in his hands. The guy repels the blow and suddenly in his ears ring a crack of a broken stick. Looking at, he notices that Hejin's blow has already begun to cut the stick through. By shifting the blow to the side, after performing a few cunning movements, the guy rejected Hedzin so much that he received a short pause for reflection. How could it happen that his opponent was so powerful in his blows? However, our hero was determined and did not intend to give up or just stand without action. The guy felt fear for a moment, noticing the lightning attack of the enemy, and because of this he could not repel his attack. But at the last moment he was able to beat the blow. Including his energy and chi, he skillfully reflected every attack. Constantly attacking Hejin without rest, he concentrated in every blow all his power. Hejin only checked the enemy's strength, seeking to understand what he was capable of. In the midst of one of the attacks, the body of the young man was lit by aura. At that moment, our hero realized that he was known to pain. At this point, his opponent gained strength, filling the chakra and preparing for the attack. Hedzin did not stay without action and called the axe of the god of darkness. Two mighty forces came together in a clash on the training ground. After a powerful blow to the enemy, the stick split in half and flew into piles. The bored guy, hiding behind the attacks of Gejin with a broken stick, suggested to finish this courageous battle. This was of great importance, as it could have affected many aspects. Our hero accepted this proposal, but something in his behavior became different. He departed from the enemy without saying a word. Suddenly, a new expression of mood appeared on his face. Stepping forward, he realized that his energy remained unchanged. His techniques were reminiscent of those who once caused him great pain in the past, weighing all the arguments he already understood. That those who at one time attacked his native village, having killed his brother and destroyed the life of the inhabitants, the attackers destroyed their cult, putting an end to his existence. Undoubtedly, these people belonged to the Means clan. Returning his back to that scoundrel, our hero realized that the hands of the Ming's clan are blood, Sai, and it was these villains that destroyed its genus. Suddenly the day changed at night. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the city where our hero arrived. He silently watched as the silver light was lying on the roofs of the houses. He Jin delved into the process of accumulation of QU energy, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. His consciousness has comprehended every molecule of the body as never before. In the meditative pose among the natural rest, He shone like a firefly, constantly increasing his power in silence. Applying this technique, it almost completely freed itself from the dark, murky energy of Qi, feeling the rush of pure light power. Deciding to rest, He weakened his vigilance. He lay on the ground and closed his eyes, giving himself to the arms of nature. Resting, He felt that with every breath of fatigue from all the tests of meditation increased in his soul. In the end, he found out that it was the clan of Mien for his suffering in his past life. This discovery struck him to the heart. During the battle with a member of the Mien clan, He noted that their way of controlling the internal energy of Qi was identical to the martial arts, which he once saw during the attack on his native clan in his past life. It turned out that QU energy in each clan is different due to specific breathing techniques. Therefore, leaders strictly control the transfer of methods of management of this internal energy. The same technique of possession of the blade which He saw in his past life now seemed a little unusual due to the change of weapons, so he did not immediately recognize her. Although weapons have changed, the basis of the equipment remained the same as on that fatal day. This is what he was embarrassed by He when he eventually realized it. Lying on the ground, He plunged into his memories, looking at the scenes of the past. It was attached to the moment when he was ripping the leaves from the bushes. He tried to escape to memories in order to avoid unforeseen reality. He could not comprehend how it could have happened. The memories suffered him at the moment when his brother was on his knees and his healthy raised his hand, preparing to strike a blow that forever changed Heijin's life. Even at the hard moment when his brother's life approached the completion, and when the enemy's attacks intensified and Heijin's life was in danger, his brother constantly persuaded the Heijin to flee to escape. Even in the face of death, he remained loyal to his brother and did not reveal his hiding place. He did not look back at Heijin, realizing that if he was exposed, he would also meet death. Heijin, hiding among bamboo shrubs, was so amazed at what he was seeing, he could not even get himself moving. However, the instinct of self-preservation won, and he rushed to flee everywhere. The tears of pain mixed with blood and fell to the ground when it raced, filling the night with their suffering. Finally, he escaped death, but his relatives and friends could not escape. Gedzin was covered with horrible grief and pain that pierced his heart, forcing him to cry without stopping for 3 days and 3 nights. The pain did not subside, and hatred of enemies only increased. At that moment, Heijin made a vow that completely transformed his life. From now on, he will never spare anything. Lying on earth, he felt a familiar pain who brought with him the crucial moment when his heart was filled with unbreakable determination. Someone suddenly came from the back and said, "Oh, what a bitterness!" Surprised by unexpected intervention, Heijin quickly jumped, determined to find out who dreamed of breaking his night peace. Suddenly, a member of the unfortunate clan appeared, saying that his destructive energy and a gloomy mood caused the death of all plants around. Kichin was absolutely not ready to meet. Wiping tears, he feverishly tried to find the right words for the answer. He asked the unfortunate that brought him here, noticing that he was hiding behind his back. "But nothing special, only this bag," the man replied. He opened the bag in front of the Heijin and poured its contents on the ground. The man explained that he had come because Heijin did not appear at the party this evening. The poor man took with him alcohol and snacks in the hope for a joint evening with drinking. Gedzin was pleasantly surprised by the sudden hospitality, and this idea seemed extremely seductive to him, causing a sincere smile. They settled on the stones near the tree. The first glass of fragrant alcohol was already pouring, waiting for them to take it. They were ringing glasses, preparing for the first sip. They poured strong alcohol and took up the meat that the poor brought with them. The evening promised to be relaxing after so many worries. Drinking a glass, the poor man reassured Hejin, assuring him that he should not worry about his brother. He has wonderful relationships with other people. Your brother is a real treasure, he continued. If you were able to meet him, he would immediately feel this charm and immediacy that capture everyone around. And you always go over, the poor man said. Hejin did not argue, agreeing that they are really different. The poor man did not stop there and advised Hejin to smile more often, because he is always pleased to see him happy. Hejin said he was not smiling for no reason. To this, the poor man replied, "You are strong, like a rock that stops you. Smile more often, and then there will be things that will bring joy." Hejin, deciding to change the topic, said he would not be able to keep an alcoholic bottle for a long time and urgently needs a glass replacement. Pour alcohol into a glass, Hejin asked if he could make a request to the poor. The poor man was amazed that such a powerful man like Hejin asked him. He suggested that it was most likely a task than a normal request. But the poor man was alert, because his sect appreciates information. He assured that he would do everything he needed, and was looking forward to the task of the Hejin. Hejin rose from his chair, wanting to speak secretly, and approached the unhappy, whispering in his ear. The words of Hejin stunned the poor, and his pupils expanded from surprise. The cold wind flew through the night forest, exacerbating the atmosphere of anxiety. The poor man was so stunned by the seriousness of Hejin's words that he could not find a proper answer. After a few sips of alcohol, the poor man confessed that the first two tasks were for him, but the third, to dig for the clan, a completely different matter. Hejin said that if it is too difficult, he may refuse. The poor man, hitting the stone, stood up and assured that he could cope, but he needed the reason why it was why. The guy with a gesture showed 3 fingers and said that if the poor man fulfilled his 3 requests and did everything well, then Hejin would reveal him all the reasons. The poor man stood, stunned and confused. He could not understand why he had to be involved in this case. In a dark room, 2 friends are thinking about plan. One of them, a representative of the Tang clan, proposes to attack the mighty villain who personally offended him. A friend refuses to participate, not wanting to get involved in dirty affairs, but for a member of the Tang clan is a matter of honor. The Tang clan representative agrees to cooperate, but emphasizes the importance of careful preparation. He promises to contact his ally as soon as he left the meeting in a place called Heirs with a Broken Hand. The Khan is watching at the door so that no one will hear their conversation. One of the attendees asks what makes him hate his victims so much. Khan tries to explain his hatred, but the Tang clan representative reacts ridiculously, believing that his arguments are so petty that you do not even offend the dog. The Tang clan representative annoys Khan with his remarks, claiming that before trying to prove her right, she should learn to control her thirst for murder. In the end, it becomes apparent that Khan not only hates his victim, but also seeks her death. Khan denies but advises the second to take a chance that will preserve pride. After all, without using this opportunity, later he will have to regret the lost chance. Despite all the circumstances, Khan decided to attack, even if his friend did not ask for it. With one hand he smiles, hiding in his heart-burning hatred, and promises Khan not to return to the city until he tamped his hands in the blood of the enemy. This is how the 20th section of this story begins. We transfer ourselves to the area devoid of grass, covered with a mud where the autumn leaves circle. Hungin walks down the street where the autumn leaves cover the hair, as if inviting it to meet with autumn. Having spent a lot of time here, he feels that the moment has come to return to the finals. The young man is aware that he has many unresolved things and time to go home as soon as possible. After learning about the thieves that pose a threat to his clan, Hejin should improve his martial arts skills and review the organization of the clan. It does not retain warm memories of talking to the poor, but hopes that he will still get important information. During their picnic under the moonlight, a poor friend preparing for departure gave advice. Iron is being forged while it is hot. Gathering everything necessary, the poor man turned to Hedjin. In order to fulfill his request, you need to contact other poor and find out the events of that evening, but this may not be enough. In response, Hedjin wondered if he had to pay a liaison person from the poor sect in his clan. The poor man heard it, quickly raised his hand and waited for it, demonstrating that no fee was required. He noted that he did not need money. It is better to prepare him more delicious food as a reward. Hedjin undoubtedly believed in his success. His belief in himself was indomitable. When they stood with their brother, they were approached by chunky men who were asked if they were going to go so quickly and congratulated them. Hedjin replied that if fate was erected again, the meeting is inevitable. It became unfortunate that they never had time to drink together. The second brother of his healthy, supporting Janpenga on his back and laughed. He knew that Janpeng had done his task yesterday, delivering alcohol instead, and now suffering from a hangover. It was a wonderful experience for everyone, because they gladly made new acquaintances and established links with other fraternities. Already going to go to his wagon, Hedjin noted that another person wanted to come and say goodbye to him. It was Han's girl, and she was outraged that they didn't even have lunch together before his departure. Hedjin refused, explaining that they had very little time. Hedjin approached the girl's brother and offered to show him the city if he came. Hearing this, the girl asked with surprise, "How am I?" Hedjin looked at her focusedly and said, "Well, you can also arrange it." She was indignant that he did not share it for so long. Akin pulled the bag out of his pocket and stretched his Hedjin open his palm forward. Hedjin looked at an unexpected gift with amazement, and not understanding what it was, got an explanation from the girl. It is a bright plate from the Yuge clan. As they recently set up weapons, the company was placed near the well-known mountain to which the map is added. Hedjin should visit this place when he has a time. Hedjina surprised why the girl suddenly shared with him this information. The girl believed that the spear and staff were not too suitable for the guy as combat partners. Despite the fact that she does not know his favorite weapon, she is sure that he will be able to find something truly quality and costly when she has time. Hyunjin looked at the plate carefully and became interested in the proposal. He thanked the girl with the whole heart for the gift, despite their differences in origin. The girl in response noted that it was not a problem for her. She explained that she expressed gratitude to him for saving his first daughter from Ju's clan. Thanks to this, she now enjoys a luxurious life, and even her father considers it a good thing for their clan. After this meeting, they quickly found common ground and began to exchange kind words. Hekin and his brother left the city after meeting the heirs. Everyone said goodbye to them, but did not even look back. The girl who followed his distance noted that he never turned. When Hedjin was walking, her red-haired girlfriend, Un-woo, approached her and said enthusiastically, "Is he really striking, isn't he?" The UNCVA knew Hygiena well because she constantly monitored him to success. He gained the status of one of the 7 large clans in a very short time. Both girls were amazed at his power and confidence and could not believe that such a person really existed. University was eagerly awaiting the meeting with Hyjin and reflecting whether they would be on one side when their paths crossed again. It is unclear whether they will become friends or enemies, but the intrigue and expectations of the future meeting only intensified. When the Kyonin was moving away, he was closely followed by another friend who hated him with all his heart, avoiding any interactions through past images. The man stood separately, tapping on a wooden beam, and his eyes shone with anger every time he looked at the Hedjin. At every look at the Hedjin, he was overwhelmed by hatred. He was vigorously knocked on the wooden window, prompting the servants to pass on the boy from the Tan clan his feelings and intentions. All this happened under the mysterious look of a friend who, although he was in the shadows, was already thinking about how to regain his influence and pay off Hedjin. With anger in his voice and hatred in words, he decisively ordered the servant to disappear immediately. He immediately rushed to fulfill his master's will. Meanwhile, in the clan of the Green Mountain, where his father was located, they found an ancient scroll. The servant knocked on the door and turned to the leader of the clan, calling him the elder, which created a tense atmosphere. The main administrator entered the room, holding a scroll. He had important information for the clan leader. Other messages were especially distinguished by the news of the return of the young master to the clan. This news envied the joy of his father. At the same time, the Moye clan sent a letter intended for personal reading only the head of the clan. Expanding the scroll, the head of the clan Yan immediately felt that something was wrong. Moye clan had no custom to write letters to them. What could cause an unexpected treatment? Expanding the letter, he began to read with surprise. The information stated in the scrolls impressed it with their incredibility. The letter presented an unexpected proposal to combine the efforts of two clans. In the office of the elder, the Moe clan boiled the events provoked by this unexpected proposal. She could dramatically change their relationship with Clan Yan. The head of the Moe clan was carefully focused on writing a scroll with important records. Suddenly, a golden sparrow looked into the room, a small creature with clear eyes, which she was curious about how the man was immersed in work on his writing. The sparrow, without frightening people, boldly flew into the room and sat on the floor. He sat down in the ink and, starting to run in the scroll, left the traces of his paws. Seeing the bold bird interfered with his important documents, the head of the clan Moyen noted the disagreement of this little being to his affairs. He waited patiently until she came closer and calmed down with his hand. Holding his breath and not taking his look away from the bird, he suddenly picked it up. Grabbing the bird and concentrating his energy, he stopped her life. Meanwhile, the clan leader plunged into the document writing. He described in detail the invaluable weapon of the sword god belonging to the Moen clan. Nothing distracted him, because it depended on the continuation of the kind. In cozy rooms, the head of the Green Mountain clan is focused on exploring the scroll sent by the Muyen clan. Ancient paper is pleasant to rustle under his fingers, while the mind is immersed in the past. Expanding the document, he immediately realized that it was not an ordinary letter, but a business offer. The Moy clan suddenly decided to try his hand at trade, which impressed him with his determination and courage. After memories, he remembered how 3 centuries ago, their clan, after a tumultuous uprising, was forced to move from the province of Liaonan to the central region of the province of Huan. The story returns him vivid pictures of the past. Then they settled on new lands, and it seemed that marine trade would not be their business from now on. However, times are changing, and circumstances change with them. When unexpectedness turns into reality, the manager has to view old strategies and quickly adapt to new challenges that fate casts. However, when considering the proposal, he realizes that cooperation may not be as profitable as it seemed at first glance. This question requires a careful approach. He orders his servant to prepare paper, pen, and ink, because the answer should be sent without delay. Every moment is the weight of gold. Opening the curtain, it fills the room with sunlight, which becomes a symbol of new beginnings and opportunities. Looking outside, the manager is surprised how he has not left his office for a long time. Life outside the office seems completely different and remote when you are stuck in the usual walls. Today's weather is so wonderful that he is simply not able to stay out of the outdoor walk, enjoying every moment. Cold, transparent air flows into the lungs, bringing a feeling of freshness and rest. Despite the calm of this day, his heart was scratching. The children have not returned home yet. He prayed that everything was well with them, especially in such unpredictable weather. Our heroes, tired to the edge, returned home. The heat depleted their bodies, complicating every step. The sun burned mercilessly, and the air was so dry that every step required more effort to breathe. Ivan Pan wiped the sweat from his last forces, who was steadily running out of his forehead and barely held on his feet due to unbearable heat. Seeing such a picture, his brother was worried. John looked completely exhausted and painful. When he finally appeared, he noticed the swordsmen who were lying on the ground, and his brother, who had just stood up, sighed hopelessly, explaining his condition with a heavy hangover. "We came here from Hefei, and it was so exhausting that we were barely holding on our feet," John Pan explained, stopping to rest. The swordsman's commander inspected the battlefield and realized that their line was scattered, and the soldiers were hard on their feet. He began to scold the warriors loudly for negligence, scattering them with sharp words of annoyance and dissatisfaction. But Hyachin noticed that the swordfish lacked endurance for these difficult conditions and addressed the commander. "With such efforts, they will never become worthy of members of the Blue Special Host. At the time, the Blue Operative Tactical Group is carefully preparing for exhausting training, which will continue until they are completely restored and returned." Despite all the troubles, Hedjin informs the commander, who will go in search of food for exhausted soldiers and orders them to stay still. The commander is lost because he believes that caring for fighters is his duty. On the horizon, the hero saw a building that stands out in the woods and went to it. The doors in the building were stuck, passing the bright ray of sunlight into the darkness of the empty room, where only the dusty old glass remained. Inside, this place was reminiscent of a bar where Gedjin was before, but now it seemed to be forgotten and neglected. Our hero asks loudly, "Someone is here?" Component placement. In response, he is a creaking door and a distant voice. It approaches a small window, sets the curtain, and asks whether they work. The man agrees, but Hyunjin immediately specifies that he needs food and water for 30 people. As soon as the owner begins to justify, as a stranger suddenly breaks into the bar, Hygen instantly recognizes this person. He, with irony, says, "Oh, look only how much time has come." It was a member of Tanya clan with a broken hand, which became a punishment for his cruelty. "Only 2 days ago we saw," said the descendant of Tanya's clan, gently tying his refracted hand, which he recorded the board. They gather in a bar where the descendant of Tanya's clan takes a place by the window and starts talking. Our hero does not restrain laughter when he notices an opponent. He quickly realizes that he was ambushed. Despite this, the guy persistently requires the question of whether he is impressed with his unexpected presence. He smiles. "I thought you were scared so much that you can even lose another hand or at least start to tremble with fear seeing me." The heir of Tanya's clan just laughs in response. I am sure that now the enemy will not be able to bark so confidently. Watching the situation, our hero is aware that his opponent is ready for attack. Tanny's heir assures that he had already exceeded his death in his determination, and therefore the attack on his part would be rather careless. It's time to say the last words. The poison is already in the air. If you know about the technique of shadow dance, then you know. It has neither smell nor color. He warns. However, the heir of the Tanya clan is convinced that his opponent has no idea about this technique and mocks, "How do you know about it? It is invisible." Feeling how the consciousness gradually returns, the Hekin breaks sharply from the ground, completely preparing for the attack. At that moment, when the enemy suggests that such as Hekshin, they do not deserve to live and are not able to see his skills, Hekshin is preparing to strike. A powerful blow affects the abdomen of the enemy, so much that it seems that the internal organs are about to escape. The heir to Tanya clan, struck by sudden pain, barely restrained from the surprise when his things flew around. Instantly, the Hyunjin applies another accurate and well-deserved blow. The heir of the Tanya clan fell, scattering the furniture, and a glass with a loud sound was on the floor. The blow was so powerful that he was on his knees, choking with pain and shock. The Tanya clan representative is thinking, did he really use 3 types of poisonous energy? He is aware that 3 types of poisonous energy were sufficient to launch shadow dance technique. Now, exhausted, he is on his knees, not having the strength and opportunity to act. At that moment, Jean approaches him. Despite the thoughtful look, he is determined to act. Hekin hits the heir Tanya, who has not yet healed, causing him acute pain on the bandaged hand. The father of the heir, Jean, fades in a state of shock, seeing how the Hedjina's leg hit his son's band. From the second floor, he begs Gedjin to stop, emphasizing the inadmissibility of such cruelty. Seeing the suffering of her descendant, The Jin's detachment begins with a Hejin's counterattack with her team. When the Tanya clan's heir is captive by Hejin, his people instantly call for a termination of the attack, warning about the possible serious consequences. At that moment, Tan was on the floor, and Hejin's put him his boot on his throat, mercilessly pressing, forcing him to suffer. Feeling advantage, Hejin asks others that they plan for their descendants. In the pain of pain and anger, the head of the Jin clan exclaims how Hejin could laugh at the young heir hostage. Hejin, pointing to the people collected around, states that he has something important to them. Try to take at least one step forward, and I will be forced to attack. You do not want the neck of this scoundrel to be broken, he warns, creating intention. The leader of the clan, in the hope of sympathy for the son, knocks on the floor to attract the attention of Hejin. While the Hejin continues to press his neck into defensive neck, the fat father is approaching, trying to show the endurance. The conflict between the parties reaches the climax, and it seems that there is no other way out. Suddenly, the leader of the clan rushes into a Hejin with a metal weapon, having suddenly taken it. An unexpected, powerful blow, and a horrible scene in front of us. The head breaks from the shoulders, and the blood flies around. The head of the clan is convinced of his victory. I am convinced that his powerful blow ended the battle. But suddenly, Hejin's blow falls directly into the face with such force that the jaw is cracking and the teeth fly on all sides. After a devastating stroke that cracks the jaw, the chief of the clan grabs her. Hejin, approaching, warns, "Do not vain forces, looking for easy ways is in vain. Our hero is infused. Give a weapon. The faster you do, the more you have to survive." Healthy looks closely at the metal rod in his hand, not understanding why the young warrior is so persistent in his request to give it. Gathering all his strength, he exhales deeply, adjusting to the action. With unwavering determination, he presses on the leg of the young warrior so much that he probably breaks again. The bold and meaningless master lay on the ground, squeezed with pain, making himself for his own carelessness. The main purpose of the Tan clan in this confrontation is to protect the heir. Therefore, they entrust the Heckin metal rod. Having taken a weapon, Hejin feels a power of cold steel. His actions instantly turn into a powerful whirlwind. He waves the metal cross, breaking the furniture and everything that happens in the way in the bar. The Tan clan warriors are aware of how dangerous their gentlemen with such weapons can be in their hands. They instantly remove the old and smooth boss from the dangerous ninja. They can only prepare for the attack because Hejin's view speaks of danger. However, the full leader of the clan calls for their warriors to rest, explaining that they should not be combed because they do not compare with him in skill. Despite the warning of his leader, the self-confident warriors of the Tang clan decided to rush to Hachijin with swords. Watching their arbitrariness, Hachijin realizes that time has come. With a metal whip in his hands, he hits one of the red warriors with incredible force, tearing the flesh and tearing out part of the body. The next opponent is striking with such force that the hand flies off and the other deprives the head when the metal tip pierces the air. These Hejin maneuvers become a brutal bone where he destroys half a hostile detachment in a moment. Despite the warning of the leader of the clan, it was no longer possible to help him. The metal whip, like a snake, wraps the space, scattering parts of the bodies of comrades in different directions. This bloody chaos inspires the horror of those who manage to survive. Hejin poured his energy into the weapons, sowing panic among the Tan clan warriors. They feared with fear and confusion, watching a devastating sight. The heavy sword blade stops suddenly. The boy suddenly realizes that everything is covered with blood. He is aware that due to excessive use of his abilities, he has lost control. The traces of blood are scattered around, and he realizes that he used his supernatural abilities too much, losing control. If I had shackles, I would not have to torment with this tiny axe, he thinks, looking at my tool. Weapons in his hands, the boy is aware that it's time to determine a new goal. At this point, the ear named Tang descends on his knees, begging for pardon. Chaos reigns around, but the hedgehog is strongly throwing a borrowed iron whip. The head of the Tang clan has never seen such arrogance. He is outraged by the boldness of this scoundrel, who is disrespectful to him and his weapon. Although only a minute remained before his death, the desire for revenge did not give him rest. He made the decision to strike another blow to the hedge fund. As soon as the enemy arrow enters our hero's back, everything changes radically around. Using lightning technique, the hedgehog quickly grabs the son of his enemy. In response to the impact, he threw the gingerbread, and heated from the force of the impact of the palm of the clan pierces his son. In an instant, he turns away from a terrible event, when the cry of the Tan clan heir permeates the air, and in his eyes the last sparks of life fade away. Grinding is horror from what he saw. His jaw from shock remains open, and inside there is an unrestrained pain which causes the shout to strive. He immediately rushed to the young owner, accidentally touching him. He asks if he is fine with him, but instead hears the question, "Why did you hit me?" At that moment, the young master goes into eternity directly in his hands. The hedgehog stands nearby, leaning into curiosity and watching the reaction of the head of the Tang clan. Especially when they hired a Healthy to protect their son, and he made a deadly blow. Health was engulfed by fear and horror when he realized that for such an act, he was waiting for him inevitably punishment. However, the hedgehog offers him an alternative plan if he wants to survive. Given the complexity of the situation, a man realizes that he has to answer the question, even standing on his knees. Jan asks, "Why are you silent?" Silence occupies a room where a terrible event has just happened. Our hero bows his head in front of the Tan clan defender, sitting opposite him. The defender reports that this place is far from Hefei, and that they ran for 2 days in a row to arrive here. "You don't seem suspicious?" asks the hedgehog, in wonder if the man from Sison has arrived. The Health was cold. He asks himself where the hedgehog knew about their road. The guy, however, refuses to complicate the situation and looks directly into the eyes, demanding the answer who told about their place. The confused, Healthy, admits everything. Soon, in the camp where his brother John Penn was with his detachment, anxiety was heard. The elite guard commander is concentrated in the horizon. The commander notices the hedgehog that, despite all the difficulties, he moves quietly forward, remaining unharmed. His clothes are littered with blood spots and holds a heavy bag in his hands. He begs the young owner for a delay. However, the guard commander cannot understand what happened and why his clothes are filled with blood. Seeing the commander in the blood, the guards immediately decided that he was attacked and miraculously survived. However, he, reassuring them, assured that his blood was not on him. He approaches his brother Ivan Pan, who sleeps firmly on the ground without noticing his presence, and carefully puts a piece of food in his hand. He assures the chief of protection that all issues have already been resolved and there is no reason to concern. Before bedtime, he carefully conveys his brother to Ivan's snack. The head of protection asks with interest whether he ordered it to kill these scoundrels. The hedgehog replies that he did not kill them, although he could do even tougher. From his cold words in the team, the ants ran through the skin. In a quiet voice, she was recognized that he had to take some additional measures. "Sometimes unfounded rumors are more powerful than the sharpness of the sword," he said, encouraging his team. Subsequently, at high speed, the chariot, the property of one of the influential clans, raced. The chariot sweeps through the gate of the majestic castle without slowing down its movement. A guy in shining white boots steps from the chariot. It was a young master of Us Hun Hen who just got to where his father worked. Walking through the streets, he tried to keep peace and endurance because passers-by recognized him. He could not understand what the atmosphere reigned in the city and why passers-by meet him with such coolness. However, when he entered his father's office, he could not predict what was waiting for him. When he returned to his father in silence, he saw that he was busy with an unusual business. Surrounded by scrolls, his father painted orchids. This symbol always marked badly, because it was used when the father tried to calm down at times of silent rage. He addressed his father with his heart filled with anxiety. What happened? The father replied, "It's true, Hen." However, the guy did not fully understand the meaning of the word truth and asked for explanations. "You killed a man with a stranger with a knife," his father said, and Hena suddenly became difficult to breathe. My father asked further, "Rumors say that you ordered the eldest son of the Tang clan to kill a young lord from the John clan. Is that true? Is it just fictions?" His anger was boundless, and it seemed that he was inclined to be true. The father was clearly boiling from rage, but tried to hold himself in his arms when he asked his son whether he did not use the blade to attack someone. He sincerely hoped that his son would be able to hide his involvement. The father may have wronged his father, and the boy was confused, not knowing how to answer. Lowering his head, the son apologizes to his father, but he replies, "Even when Sangchua was injured, you still made such a serious mistake without any hesitation." "Tell me, son, that prompted you to such an act," asks the father. He suggests, "Maybe something has taken you out of balance, or perhaps Yunhojin was more complicated than you expected." He looked at the boy and said, "Maybe we will try something else?" In fact, both versions were true. The son realized the father is known everything, and things are not going out in the best way. "You loved your eldest daughter so much that he went to the crime," his father said. He, holding back himself, is angry with his son, because the only weakness of a man is manifested when he is in love. As soon as you fall in love, you lose control of everything, including yourself. The father, trimming the tree, wisely says, "Now you have no devastation." And the boy is amazed when he learns that his father sent a hawk to the Chu clan. Hang sinks into a stupor from herd, feeling shame for his father's act. However, as the son of a large clan head for us, he must meet the high standards that the Hug clan's daughter adheres to. Hen, stuttering a little, tells his father that it does not worth the effort and senseless. But his father replied, "Don't deceive yourself, son. I emphasize that she should not be a wife for you. She is your personal stability stone, trying to convey to her son all the seriousness of her words." Gathering with the spirit, Hen squeezes his fist and prepares to repel his father. He remembers how he was defeated, but assures that it will never happen again. The father recognizes the son's determination in these words and decides to give him a break. However, anger still does not let him go, so he plunges into everyday affairs so as not to tear his emotions on children. After a minute of thought, the father understands that so on it is impossible to continue. He makes the decision to settle the situation with the family of the clan Yan. It is 20 days and we go to the Yen clan. Hyunjin and his brother Jonpen, exhausted with a long journey, return home. The father could not hide his astonishment, seeing his sons so tired. The father looked at them with a strange look as if they were lost and exhausted by hungry children. The father, breathing, expresses the joy of their return, congratulates Jonpen and offers him to relax, glad that he can now breathe again. Hungin also joins his father at the table, where the general gladly pours him a cup of tea. The cup warmed his hands, and when the guy breathed the aroma of the drink, then felt his pleasant warmth, he drained the cup with one sip. The general did not hide his astonishment. The guy drank a cup filled with real boiling water. When the general poured tea and came out, his father began to ask Hedjin about his state of health. Hedjin confidently replied that he was a little engaged in training during the road. The father asked, "What are the workouts?" Hedjin replies that this is nothing special. They just ran, and the essence of training was to move intensively for 7 to 8 minutes. And then the boys arranged short jogs to maintain their physical shape, Hedjin adds. At the beginning of the trip, he added 8 minutes to the jog daily, and it surprised his father. It is especially interesting that Hyajin did it with Jongpen when they returned. However, not only they were engaged in training, but the whole detachment of fencers together with their leader. My dad was delighted, learning that all these people trained in running daily for exactly 20 days. "I didn't get tired?" the father asks with anxiety. Kyonin responds, "This is only the beginning." "What is the beginning?" the father asks with interest. The guy says that this is the beginning of the path to the martial arts, which he devoted to his entire life. It is important for him to be confident in his abilities. Looking at his son, his father immediately realized everything. He remembered how his son became different after that day. From an uncertain young man without great ambitions, he became a strong, bold, and mature man. He was sincerely pleased with his success, but he could not ignore some questions about rumors about conflicts with the clan. The guy replied that the attack on him was conceived at first and planned to kill him without any delay. Therefore, he confessed to his father in all the spooky truth. After this confession, the boy carefully watched his father's reaction on his face. He has never seen his father before such a strict face expression. That's what happened, the father said, but the boy asked to tell more about this moment. The head of the clan of Usgan himself apologized to his son, the Huma Hun, to understand his mistakes. It had a deep influence on our hero, meaning that father, and at the same time Hetshin, realized what had happened. He gave up his daughter to keep his son's honor, explaining the attempt to kill her personal dislike that did not concern the clan case. And the Gung clan, known for its cunning, was equated with the snake not only for wisdom but also for agility. Their ability to emerge from difficult situations has always been striking. If you notice it, your intuition did not let us down. Therefore, I think we should accept their apologies, the father said. The guy replied that the life of the master of martial arts is always associated with risk, and he already resigned with it. In addition, it will improve their reputation if they apologize. The father calmly replied that he understood the fatigue of his son and his need for rest, so he would not detain him. The boy climbed from the chair and went to the door, but his father suddenly stopped. The boy turned and saw his father standing in front of him, silently. Avoiding the disclosure of the details, his father praised his son, noting how he worked hard and emphasized that he was wonderful. The guy was stunned by Herd. He, filled with pride, accepted his father's praise and tinked, trying to hold back tears. He proudly noted, it was not difficult at all. The next morning, his training began in the village. In armor, tight chains, with heavy kettlebells that burdened the hands, he decided to start training to become stronger, improve himself, and increase his reputation. Feeling how much he was loaded with his body, he realized that training promises to be extremely intense and complex. He stirred forward, realizing that this path would not be easy. Running had a significant impact. Its endurance had improved significantly. After a month of intense training, his physical form has improved significantly, and after the second, he feels a real influx of energy. 4 months have passed, and he reached the top of his capabilities. His energy changed radically. At a time when everyone was celebrating and going on vacation, he continued to train, not even noticing how the new year came. A calm silence prevailed in the village again, and the guy again took up training. After a long wearing of the armor, he finally removed them to see how the weights were influenced by his workout. His body was incredible transformation, and now he looked like a real athlete. Finally reaching the dreamy goal, he was preparing to embody his updated image. In the end, persistent training gave its result. He acquired such a physical form that allowed him to boldly become face-to-face. In a few days, he received a letter from his disadvantaged friend. He completed the investigation of everything he was asked, but it turned out that the case was much more complicated than expected. The confidence that Hichjin knew about everything did not help, and the poor man was almost bankrupt, fulfilling the request thoughtlessly, spending the last savings. He needed at least some reward for effort. He plans to visit a month, so the boy will have to stock up on delicious dishes. If the food does not impress the guest, the scandal may be displayed due to the unfitness of the work done. After reading a message from an ancient friend, he smiled because he was glad that his request had been fulfilled. It should be noted that he is welcome. If he plans to overcome such a distance just to tell you what can be written in the letter, then there are only 2 possible options. Information is extremely important, and if it gets into someone else's hands, it can create problems. Also, he has a lot of worries. Taking a letter to his hands, he realized that after receiving this news, the moment has actually been acting. He radiated confidence because he was carefully preparing to this day. The father watched his son closely, and even from afar it became obvious that he was hiding something. Watching his son with care, his father felt distrustful and thought to ask him questions. Hedjin, noting how his father follows him, was puzzled and could not understand what was doing. The father came closer and asked if the guy graduated from training today. Hedjin reassuredly replied that he, of course, finished. Since there were no other tasks, the guy was free and told his father, "Yes, let's go together." The situation seemed a little strange to his father, and the guy felt a slight inconvenience. It seemed to him that he may have made some mistake, although in fact he only devoted all these days. They were in the overgrown bamboo forest, where deep silence prevailed. At that moment, his father brought him to this place to demonstrate something important. The boy realized that it was a forest where the real natural energy of the blue chi was concentrated, and they died together into its mysterious spaces. Having reached the rack where the weapon was stored, his father suggested to elect one of the swords. The choice was so great that the guy could fall into indecision. Watching the variety of weapons, he realized that the choice was not just a technique, but also a way to his own formation. The long-awaited workout with your own father. The training match with his father meant a real competition where they could measure their strength. It really impressed him, because to be chosen, a great honor. He asked his father whether it was true, and he confirmed that everything was quite serious. "Could I bring you here if it were not serious?" the father replied. In a few minutes, the guy chose a large, long, and sharp spear from the whole collection of weapons. Having charged a spear with chi energy, he swung him on his father. The father immediately noted that the son chose a spear, not a sword, carefully analyzing this situation. This testified that his son planned to fight at a distance, armed with a long weapon, while his father owned a massive sword worthy of a warrior. The father cleverly escaped his son, demonstrating his military skills and experience. The father had another secret reception. Holding his sword in his hands, he sat down with such a powerful charge with his fruitful QU that the earth under his feet began to crack. The technique of sword dedicated to the 8 children of the king made a strong impression on Hedjin. Mastering such a powerful technique, the future battle became a real fascinating adventure. Looking just in his eye, Hedjin began to think about the situation when he heard his voice. My father asked, "Do you know why I wanted to see your combat techniques today before we start?" Hedjin suggested that his father wanted to see his growth as a warrior. Everything was right, but there was another important reason. "What is the reason?" Hedjin asked. Taking the sword, his father said that he would only reveal everything after the battle. Raising the sword to the face, he saw his son's reflection in the blade. At that moment, they understood each other without a word. The father and son met face to face in the middle of the bamboo forest, ready for a duel, showing each other his workshops. Pushing from the ground, Hedjin is lightly accelerating. Swinging his spear, he immediately hit his father, who stood quietly on the spot. For his father, these blows were a children's play. He easily parked all the attacks with his sword. The excitement of the battle only strengthened Hedjin's energy. He was aware that the fight would be difficult, and it did not stop it. It should strengthen and strike more powerful. With every new attack, Hedjin tirelessly threw his spear, but all his efforts. My father skillfully reflected each blow with a sword, but the tension in his movements was noticeable. After a prolonged defense, the father decided to go to the attack. Raising the sword, he suddenly missed, and the rage of the blow was shining next to the Hedjin. Seeing that his father had lost his vigilance, Hedjin sent his hand forward, focused all his energy, and decided to use one of the forbidden techniques. This technique was called the ice swallow method, which corresponded to the father's technique, the power of the dragon. The explosion of energy from the collision of these two techniques struck everyone who was nearby. The trees in the forest were screened and began to break under pressure. Two powerful warriors stood against each other, passionate about the skill and the strength they skillfully demonstrated. The father was stunned when he saw how impressive his son showed. He could not predict such a development. Seeing the son reach the heights, the father decided to check it by applying a completely new technique. Lifting his sword up, he divided him into several ghostly blades, which hung in the air, and asked his son what his thought about this miracle. Seeing this, Hungen realized that it was not possible to waste time on reflection, because the rates were too high. The father hit, and the bamboo under his feet and near the sword flew like paper. Sleeping the chaos around, the sword of the clan leader paved the way back behind his back, preparing for a deadly blow. At that crucial moment, the guy almost lost vigilance, but in time noticed. A strong blow almost knocked him down, but he evaded in time. The blow was so powerful that the bullet flew miles forward, and if she hit the guy, the consequences would be horrible. Retreating at a safe distance, he thought it may be just a workout, but again saw that his father is preparing for a new powerful attack, and his face is clearly reading the determination of a real warrior. This led to the fact that it lost control of energy, which gradually filled every cell of his body. Charged with incredible energy, it started a counter-attack with twice as large. It made a deep impression on his father. The boy, inspired by the moment, promised to never give up. Full of enthusiasm, he rushed to bat against his father with determination. Hikjin, with incredible force, rushes to his father, directing all the capacity of his spear, which shines with extraordinary energy, directly on him. Although it was only a training exercise, their cold blades were directed against each other. Soon they came together and their blades were crossing. Looking at his father, the hero realizes that he is a real fellow. Their match was amazed by a variety of techniques. They were skillfully attacked and defended, demonstrating their skills. The father was impressed with the unexpected course of his son. During the attack, the son suddenly weakened the sword. Constantly pressing on the enemy, combined with excellent protection and stronger blows, they did not stop their duel. In simple words, this tactic is designed for real battle. It was obvious because the battle lasted, and Hejin was continuously attacked. The father restrained his son's attack with great effort. To show who is a real master here, the father causes a powerful blow that rejects Hejin sideways. From a powerful blow, Hejin flies back at a great speed, losing his balance under the pressure of incredible chi energy. Landing, he rushes on the ground, not being able to stop, and eventually stuck into the soil. Hejin stopped, evaluating the situation. My father watched his son, realizing that Hejin had used his sword repeatedly, blocking even those opportunities he sought to reveal. My father realized that his technique was strong, like a stone wall. Hejin realized that his father's style was already bordered by the perfection of martial arts. He felt the influx of chi energy and decided to reject everything, to focus and seriously challenge his father. He decided to challenge his father to increase his results in training. His admiration for the duel was extraordinary, and he even lost his self-control. The father was amazed, realizing that the duel was gaining a new scale. However, the great warrior, the head of the clan, cannot allow defeat from his own son. By saturating the sword by chi energy, he preparing to take a blow from him. They agreed in a decisive duel. Hejin rushed into the attack, and his father skillfully beat the blow. Like a meteor, the boy breaks into the duel, leaving a smoky loop. The father, predicting his attack, is ready to destroy his son's naive hopes. Their weapons crossed on the battlefield, and the swords came together with a loud bell. A powerful blow from the two great masters of ninja absorbed all the space around, striking with incredible force. The blow was such a capacity that bamboo canes were breaking with a crash. A huge pillar of smoke flew into the sky, as if from a powerful explosion, and everything was trembling under the influence of a shock wave. After the battle, the earth, which was covered with grass, turned into clay, and pebbles began to bounce on it. Hejin looked at the destroyed bamboo forest and realized that everything was demolished and torn with roots. His hand trembled, but the internal impulse to fight only grew. It was almost impossible to reach the white tiger's energy if it was not a question of life and death, but even then to compete with my father at that level was an incredible challenge. The father returned the sword to the repository where all the weapons were stored. The father asked his son about the impression of new equipment. Hejin replied that in his opinion, The equipment was almost perfect. It was a pretty observation because the attack, protection, evasion, and counterattack of my father in battle were perfect, without any error or disadvantage. The father explained that his technique includes all these aspects in harmony. It was a real martial art. Watching Hedjin, he realized that his son immediately recognized his approach. Listening to a spreading analysis from his son, his father was filled with pride for his ability. He touched a bamboo stand with a weapon and was going to contact his son. He passionately wished his son to continue his journey, thinking about every word, because he was usually not inclined to sentimentality. The guy stood silently, not finding words, while his father continued. First of all, the father of 2 sons, I wish both of you went on my feet. However, his father confessed that during the battle, he felt Gedjin chose another way. Then I realized where you really went, he said. The guy asked where, according to his father, he was moving. My father replied that Hedjin did not want to be headed by family. The father confidently noted that the fate of Hedjin is not related to these mountains. His vocation was peace, which often caused their conflicts. The man sought to find out if his son of ambition had at least partially become a leader in the family. Hyajin was amazed when he learned about the concept of a little family leader, because the concept remained somewhat incomprehensible to him. Slightly upset, his father continued, even parents are not able to influence the future of their children. Departing, he noted that the duel turned out to be impressive and expressed the possibility that such competitions could continue. When his father began to go, Hedjin called him, stopping. The father turned, asking what prompted the Hedjin to stop him. Hedjin replied, even going on to be your way, my heart will always stay here. Even if my name becomes a symbol of a demon, I will stand on the guard of our family. If the world dares to threaten our village, I will not hesitate my sword against it without hesitation. Hearing these words, Gedjin's father was a little worried. What a fool, said his father. He was heard from his son, because someone was able to call him a demon. My son cannot be called a demon, he said persistently. And he warned that anyone who dared to name his son with a demon is a bitter participation under the sharp blade of his sword. These words became a symbol of their unity that day. After the battle, only it was left to rest. In the village where his shelter was, Gedjin was exhausted on the bed with the onset of the night. Today he had something to think about: battle, and his father's words about his potential to become a young leader of the clan. Hedjin realized that his father, most likely, planned to make the leader of his brother Yeonpeng's clan because he always enjoyed his great trust and hopes. Hedjin did not seek to please his father specifically, he just remained himself. Hyhagen thinks about himself and apologized to his father. He understands that he has a task that needs to be accomplished. If he does not overcome the thieves, his clan is doomed to death. The alliance, which seeks to fully seize Chavan, inspires horrific memories of the times when the Black Island is drowning in the blood. From all these ideas, a little head, thieves, alliance, the boy literally tears his head from tension. In the room opposite, across the road from his house, his father watches the events and enjoys delicious tea. He thought about the words of his son, putting the cup on the table to think again. Recalling the words of his son, he realizes that Hedjin said that his heart will remain here, which would be a difficult test. When he brings tea, the general goes and asks why he does not like the drink. General Tegan explains that he was cold, so he is forced to drink more tea. However, in his hands, a scroll with interesting information. The answer he received from the Moya clan was truly invaluable. Expanding the scroll, the head of the clan, Yan, stifles in the text, trying to disassemble the written. By showing unbroken in the pursuit of new achievements, they keep faith in success. He asked the general that he was thinking about it, and was surprised that his opinion was taken into account. The general noted that with the cooperation of this clan should be taken into account because the Moya clan demonstrates high skill. If everything is successful and you get a profit, you will be able to help those who need it, he replied, after his general's words. The clan leader thought, scratching the nape. He realized that meeting the needs of his people made sense, though it is not easy. General added, "If you think that the Moya clan deserves attention," then the general suggested marrying his son with her daughter from the Moya clan. Then in the head of the leader of the clan emerged the image of the marriage union of his son Hejin with his daughter from the Moya clan. And although the idea was risky, it was of great attractiveness. After this conversation, the leader of the clan, Jen, continued to discuss the girl from the Moya clan with her general. He imagined his son Hejin next to the girl from the Moya clan. The general noted that this girl is spoken a lot because she is not only attractive from the outside, but also has a wonderful character, which makes her an ideal candidate for the role of the wife of a young heir. After all, in the future, he will head the family, and therefore it is important to have a reliable and loyal wife. Such a wife will become a support in home and family affairs, an indispensable assistant. The father duly appreciated this proposal, considering it well thoughtful. Looking out the window and enjoying another glass of tea, he realized that the thought of marriage really deserves attention. And in 10 days he resumed training with his brother Yeonpen. Suddenly, the young man approached them and greeted, "Congratulations!" Before them was an old friend named Bear who greeted, "How long we have not seen." They congratulated his uncle, who confessed that he had been eating without food for 3 days, and now he came to them in search of at least something edible. Heijin jokingly said that if the guy leaves a drop on a plate, then not get soup. They invited him to home, where they cooked a table with great dishes and a variety of goodies. 10 minutes later, he tasted everything and the table was empty. Jeonpin watched as the poor man was lightening food, and he did not resist whether he was a monster. The poor man replied that he was underestimated. In his youth, he could eat 12 pounds of pork without problems, but now it is not so easy. Reflecting on the situation, Hejin realized that 12 pounds of pork for 36 people were clearly not enough. His generosity was boundless, so he decided to treat the poor tea. The poor, sitting at the table, confessed that he would prefer guilt instead of tea. However, since it was a day, it didn't matter, because it did not make any difference. Hejin asked her brother to bring wine, and he gladly agreed. After the poor man was saturated, they decided to move on to important things. The first step was to turn to him with a certain request. The poor man decided to understand what was happening in Murim. He noted that, in addition to the strange events in the Shaolin Temple, where small insects appeared, nothing special happens. He also asked Hachjin whether he heard of the group, such as demonic, which could threaten the locals. The poor man was not aware of such groups. He noted that everything looks very quiet, as if there was no one. Gedjin suggested that the clan himself had not yet started acting. The second request concerned the younger brother, Moen Hun. The brother wondered whether he had been instructed to investigate where he was and what he was doing. From his pocket, he pulled a scroll with all the details of the life of Moen Hun and handed it Hejin. The poor man turned to Hejin, in his gaze glowing sincere hope and unwavering determination. When Hejin unfolded a scroll, he was surprised by the search goal of the text. He was aimed at studying the story of his free brother. The scroll referred to Moen, a seafood merchant from Chenxian. Bidalach confirmed that the Moen clan is managing this region, and, according to rumors, the trade in seafood is about 1/10 of their profits. In addition, it is endowed with impressive talent and perfect qualities. It is believed that its character is significantly different from the brother. It was known to Hejin. When he was still an emperor, his brother fled, even bowed his knees in front of him, then the leader of the Black Islands. The brother was distinguished by modesty and depth, and our hero was well aware of it. This young man was needed to unite the White Islands in Marima under one sole leadership, just as it was on the Black Islands. And the third request caused a lot of difficulties, but the courageous petitioner decided to voice him. He explains the Hejin, where he has such knowledge, but he, easily moving from wine, is interested in again. What is it? The poor again talks about the strongest, hinting at the opportunity to think. Hichzin almost choked with surprise hearing it. He had no idea that the Guchen clan secretly magnified the Sword of Death, and it became a real discovery for our hero. Somewhere in the remote mountains, workers knock steel out of stone, working with picks. They get this stone on which their work depends, from caves and tunnels, where there are many. They were sent there, and someone constantly controls their work, as it is extremely important. The chief went to check his employees and asked the servant about the progress of the work. He replied that everything would be completed in 5 days. The boss was delighted, because everything ended just perfectly. He ordered to bury all the workers who worked in the mine directly on the spot. This man was headed by Gujamin Minshon clan and was a real criminal engaged in illegal activity. The servant wondered if he had any doubts about the order. The Gujamin replied to this that he was really concerned, because the martial art of his ancestors should remain under his control. 300 years ago, together with the Emperor of 4 combat debris, he defeated the bloody religion and took over some of their martial arts. He believed that other skills had disappeared until he found them here. It was the unique technique of the Emperor who combined 4 directions of martial arts. She gave him the ability to withstand 30 most powerful groups. He also asked his servant whether they had news from the Moya clan. In response, he said that the clan seems to be in no hurry. The Emperor noted that Monin was too weak, and if the clan does not support its supply, it will be forced to destroy them, because when moderation does not produce results, only strength remains. The servant, stunned by such words, asked if he would really decide on it. The Emperor, covered with anger, called to the servant, asking if he really wants to hear the answer. The Emperor, answering the question, clarified that he was recently acquired by a clan Hutsimen military equipment. He raised his hand and noted that it was necessary to check how much the Palkan clan would be able to withstand, anticipating the approach of the Great War. In a snow-covered forest, where the trees stood without leaves, Hedjin trained, feeling winter hoarfrost. Acute as a blade dagger rapidly cuts air. The dagger crashes with force into a tree, punching in at a gaping hole, and flies on. The Hedjin, who had just thrown the blade, was illuminated by his energy, which became a whirlwind around him. He was boiling from rage, trying to splash anger that broke out in it after the news received. At the moment he learned about the development of a sword, the room was overwhelmed by the restless energy. The poor man who witnessed this was stunned by the incomprehensible power of the boy, who, like a flame, destroyed everything in his way. In his hands, he firmly squeezed a mug which, under the influence of his energy, cracked and flew into pieces. After that, a powerful explosion came from Hedjin, filling the room. The furniture flew in all sides, and the poor man got a blow. He did not know how to resist such a technique, and desperately covered his face with his hair to escape from the fragments of furniture flying on him from all sides. Jin was so angry and recharged with energy that her flow flew into space. The heart of the unhappy squeezed in his chest. He almost froze in place. Under the influence of energy, the Hedjin felt the felt of such force inside him that the heart seemed to break out. Hedjin tried to find peace because his internal energy was so powerful that it almost influenced his friend. Apparently, in his previous life, he was the enemy of the clan of Maine, the poor man thought. During his training, he released his rage, destroying everything that happened in his way. Powerful internal energy did not give him rest. Although he tried to control himself, he could not calm down. His anger boiled without stopping, because those boulders dared to kill his father in his previous life. He understood that the events were relentlessly approaching this moment. In trying to release his energy, Gedjin realized that these villains intend to bury his brother and destroy his family. In this life, he seeks revenge, shouting and pouring his rage to the world around. In the radius of 100 meters around him, no leaf left on the trees. Everything was devastated by his incredible force. Hegin stopped when he heard the approaching steps. The father came from the back and noted that it was more like a burst of anger than a real workout. Noticing his father, Hedjin calmed down a little, but the invisible tension remained hanging in the air. The father, noticing it, asked that he was worried. The boy hesitated how to express his feelings. and confessed that he was probably disturbed by slow progress in learning. Your abilities are already at the level of the head of the family. It is not necessary to hurry, the father assured. He agreed with his father's advice, and soon he gave him a handwritten book. The father explained to him that his martial arts technique was intended for attack. It has relied on its physical strength, but energy costs can be too long, creating vulnerability. The answer to his question is the power of the dragon, the power of the counterattack. This manuscript will reveal ways to improve its combat skills. Of course, if he has his own techniques and intends to awaken the blue dragon, there will be no difficulty with the counterattack. The guy kept the manuscript in his hands, not knowing how to express his gratitude to his father. Hyunjin wondered how his father would react to such an event, and decided to express his gratitude in his own way. He sincerely expressed his deep gratitude to his father. My father watched his reaction carefully, waiting for further words. The father, when turning to his back, wondered if he was about to leave these places. He replied to this, "Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow." He realized that it would be difficult to avoid conflicts in the clan. He had to evaluate the enemy's strength, and his father was aware of his decision. "Follow me," his father addressed, keeping in mind that he has another surprise for his son. They moved the street, leaving the territory of the clan behind. They went through the night city, two tall and powerful warriors who aimed to get to one store. It was a tavern where they made a high-quality weapon, a famous art of their skill. The guy immediately recognized her, because this tavern has long been etched in his memory. Opening the door, they entered the room. The father, crossing the threshold, immediately asked the old penalty to ask if he was here. At this point, the old man pushed his hammer. He wiped hands contaminated with grease and iron dust. He said, "That's the head of the clan Yon." It was Master Peng Ilgan. After looking at the workshop, the Hachizan realized that they were in the forge. The gunman reported that the goods were ready. Demonstrating his product, he assured that it would be easy to present it, and for 2 weeks, it is quite enough to create it. He approached the object and began to shoot the blanket that hid it. The young man stared at the sheet and could not hide the surprise from what had opened his eyes. When the sheet disappeared, his gaze opened a thing that became his new passion. It was a giant axe, sharpened on all sides with a shot blade and strong arms. She caused the feeling of Dajaja, reminiscent of the weapon he had in his past life. Seeing her, the young man felt admiration and immediately sought to take his hands. The father asked why he was hesitant and cheered the boy to take the axe as soon as possible. Taking the axe in his hands, he immediately felt the strength of the tree and the reliability of the mount. His hands felt the strength and weight of the massive blade. Swinging the axe, he felt unsurpassed power. Taking an axe in his hands, his father asked if she liked him. The boy replied that the axe was heavy, exactly what he was looking for. My father realized that she is perfect for his son. Vons left the smithy not with empty hands, but with a powerful axe in his hands. They left the province and went to the mountains where their clan was located, with a new powerful weapon in their hands. Hungin carried a huge axe on the shoulders, feeling its weight and power. My father started a conversation with an unexpected question. "Did you ever think about marriage?" Hedjins did not expect to hear such a treacherous question. He told his father that he had not yet thought about marriage. However, he asked if the father could offer him any specific options. My father replied, "How do you have a daughter of Mon's clan? She is said to have outstanding abilities in martial arts." He wondered why the choice fell on this clan, because there were many others. My father explained that the Mon clan offered cooperation in trade, so he regarded marriage as a means of strengthening the relationship between our clans. Hearing his answer, his father confessed that he did not support marriage without love. After listening to his father, Kiechin realized that Clan Mon wants to strengthen the connections with their family, but the reasons remain mysterious. Why right now? Thinking about the Moon clan before returning to head his own clan, he remembered that after the death of the Yin clan, he was considered the most powerful. The true enemy of his family was the Moin clan, not the Gujimin clan, who opposed everything wicked. The Gujimin clan gradually weakened. An important understanding has come to Hedjin. Why is the clan, once powerful, is now known as the Ming clan? Hejin delved into thinking about the causes of their decline. He tried to find a connection between the maritime trade of the Monica, attacked invasion of enemies, and frequent attacks. He asked his father about his marriage and answered that none of his parents would give his son no good, but someone could make such an offer. Hejin was stunned when he heard from his father that he was General Tengen. General Tengen looked simple, always with a smile on his face. He quietly led the financial affairs of the clan, remaining virtually invisible. But my father warned that I did not consider the proposal of the general hostile because she was in favor of our family. The cold beam ran to the soul of Gejin. He had long felt that a traitor was hiding in their clan, but to find him was a difficult task. It was then that Hejin realized that the traitor may be the one who is very close to his father. This awareness caused him a mixture of emotions, from pain to anger when he thought that betrayal could be so close. Snowfall covered the mountain peaks, and the general, seeking to escape from the storm, hurried to his hut. The wind twisted the snowflakes, forcing them to swing in the air disorderly. Opening the door, the general immediately felt the piercing cold to meet him. He began to shake the snow carefully from his overcoat, and his every movement was accompanied by a melody creaking of snow. Suddenly, silence cut the voice. "Hello, the boss." The general shook. His heart jumped from unexpected greetings. In his chair, crossing his legs, he sat Hejin, a young man who seemed as if he had long been expecting a general. His view radiated patience. The general was surprised when he saw a young boy in his house. However, the young man appeared for a specific purpose, to discuss an important issue. The general immediately noticed how strongly the young man seeks to talk. He asked a little time, looking intrigued and sincerely interested. They sat down at the table, and the general prepared to listen carefully to the boy, showing genuine interest. To show hospitality, the general burned aromatic tea, which always added comfort. The conversation began unexpectedly. The guy asked, "Heard, did you mention my future wedding?" His voice was of particular interest. The general, feeling awkward, apologized because he did not want to say something unnecessary. "I sincerely apologize if I was offended," he said, realizing that his words were ill-advised and caused misunderstanding. Hejin shed tea, heating himself with a hot drink, and hurried to reassure the general. "Don't worry, I'm not offended. On the contrary, I like this idea. Which man would refuse to marry a beautiful woman?" Hejin said with a smile, absorbing the aroma of tea. However, in his voice was heard uncertainty, and Hejin did not hurry. "Your taste is somewhat disappointed," Hejin suddenly said, looking suspiciously at the general. General puzzledly asked, "What do you mean?" His face reflected surprise and misunderstanding. "My bride is incredibly beautiful and grateful, but sometimes it does not quite meet my expectations," Hejin confessed, sharing her experiences. "However, there is another prospect of this issue," he said, going to share his opinion. "I think the perfect girl should not be a burden. I would like to take care of her more than she is about me," Hejin confessed frankly.